say I hate it. Perfect. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our board meeting, the first one we are live streaming. And we have Trustee Greg Long joining us via Zoom. He can't be here in person today, and he'll be joining us for the first part of our meeting. So welcome virtually to Greg, and happy Valentine's Day to everybody. So we're going to call this meeting to order at 9:02. And we will start off with our Acknowledgement of Land by Trustee Gimber.
Okay, welcome to our division office, located on the traditional land and territory of the Niitsitapi, Piikani, Kainai, and Siksika, the Blackfoot people, within the Treaty 7 region of southern Alberta.
Thank you so much, Trustee Gimber. I'll now invite everyone to stand for O Canada. Thank you all very much. So we'll now move on to the consent agenda. And the motion is that the February 14th, 2022 consent agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Yagos, thank you. And then, yeah.
I'd also like to pull out the Professional Learning Committee report, please.
Okay, the professional development? Professional learning report, okay. Then Trustee Gimber?
And professional development as well, please.
Okay. We will add those on the agenda as items F5 for professional learning and F6 for professional development. Or sorry, F6 and F7. We'll still have the pursuits. F6. And is there anyone else who wanted anything else pulled from the consent agenda? Okay, so then we have the motion moved by Trustee Yagos that the February 14th, 2022 consent agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. All in favor? Passed. Thank you. Okay. We'll move on to emergent changes to the agenda. Item C, is there any emergent changes to the agenda? Trustee Gimber?
I'm wondering if we can change the items F4 and F5 to happen in advance of action item E4. I'm wondering if there's going to be information that might be pertinent to our decision of E4 that's presented in those two presentations.
Pursuit and faces, so that would be the discussion items the FACES presentation and the pursuits presentation, and then we would move just E4 to after that. Does anyone have any concerns about that or problems with moving that? Mr. Perry, are you planning on being here for the discussion items as well? Would you be able to present the Crow's Nest Pass facility after our discussion items?
Yeah, I can be there. The only thing is we have outside external people joining us for those conversations, and so we provided them a time. We'd have to communicate with them a change in time. Also, I was wondering about F4 FACES presentation, whether the individual's available for that prior to.
If we can keep those at the same time, but just move the Crow's Nest Pass conversation, would that be okay then?
I will check with the individual. So
Okay.
what time are we anticipating just for?
Yeah, I think we'll just leave those presentations at the same time. Like if we leave if we leave the FACES presentation at 10:55 and the pursuits presentation at 11:15, then we'll just move E4 to after that. So the E4 would be at 11:30.
Okay, I will check with the individual. Yes.
Okay, sorry, I thought you were talking about the people coming for those other two presentations, but you mean for the Crow's Nest Pass, right? Right.
Yeah, either or. I mean, if you're leaving them at the same, somebody's being changed, so I need to communicate with the Crow's Nest Pass individual.
Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
Could we do the presentation and then have the actual discussion
Yeah,
later?
so what if we still did Crow's Nest Pass and had him still come and do his presentation, and then after his presentation, we just tabled it until later in the meeting to complete the conversation.
So in effect, we'd be basically having his presentation as an information.
Yeah. Is
As
that,
opposed to this.
would that work?
Sure, we
Okay.
can do that.
Okay, Trustee Hodges?
I'm just wondering, because this doesn't directly all just correlate with FACES, the Crow's Nest Pass, is there going to be any new information coming from FACES, or is FACES just presenting on the programming that they're doing? And will that really directly impact the conversation around the Crow's Nest Pass?
Thank you, Trustee Hodges.
So I don't know if we need to move it or not, so
Okay.
that's why I'm asking.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Any thoughts around Trustee Gimber?
I am feeling like I need more information in order to make a decision on the Crow's Nest Pass at this time. So any information that can be presented to me, including FACES and pursuits, would be of importance to me before the decision is made.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Is there anyone who would be opposed to moving that? Receiving the presentation and then having the conversation at the end then? Okay, so we will go ahead and I guess we are gonna have to, we'll move E4 until after, we'll move it to after F7, but we are still gonna have a presentation. So do we need to make a new action item? No, I mean discussion item for his presentation? No, okay. Perfect, thank you, Trustee Gimber and Trustee Hodges. Thank you, Mr. Perry, for your comments. Is there any other emergent changes to the agenda? Also, sorry, can I get someone to make that motion that the February 14th, 2022 regular board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees? Okay, so Trustee Hodges, thank you. Now we should be discussing it. Thank you. One emergent change. Is there any other emergent changes? Okay, I would like to propose that we move E2 first on our action item list, up above E1. Trustee Long is joining us for that conversation and cannot join us for the whole meeting, so I would propose that we have that conversation first. Is everyone comfortable with that? Perfect. Okay, thank you. If there's no further emergent changes to the agenda, I'll ask all in favor. Passed. Okay. We'll move on to D, Declaration of Conflict of Interest. The recommendation that the Board of Trustees declare if they have any conflicts of interest related to agenda items from the February 14th, 2022 board meeting, and if so, please declare them. Seeing none, we'll move on. Okay, perfect. So we will move to our action items. We will start with action item E2, spectator attendance. In response to the January 18th, 2022 notice of motion, Trustee Brad Toon and Trustee Carla Gimber will discuss spectator attendance. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees support student and community mental health and well-being by recommending to administrators spectators be allowed at sporting events following the provincial guidelines. Be it further resolved that stakeholders be consulted on any changes going forward. Can I get someone to make that motion? No one wants to make that motion? Trustee Toon? Okay. I will now have Trustee Toon, yeah, go ahead, Trustee.
I'd just like to speak to it.
Yeah, so I'll have Trustee Toon and Trustee Gimber both speak to it. Whoever wants to start is fine. Both speak to it, and then we'll open it for questions. So, okay, go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
Okay, supporting the mental health and well-being of students during the pandemic was and is of paramount importance. We're already seeing increasing evidence the mental health of children has suffered from the restrictions. Allowing kids to be kids and participate in sports surely benefited, but nothing compares to a child looking over and seeing their parents, grandparents, siblings, whoever, in person cheering them on. At the time, provincial guidelines were in place that permitted in-person spectators under specific conditions, and I wanted to explore those options. On January 18th, 2022, when this motion was brought forward as an emergent item to be added to the regular board meeting agenda for discussion, it was a timely matter. In the almost 4 weeks since then, the environment relating the motion has rapidly evolved. As such, the topic is pretty much irrelevant now. It's unfortunate the urgency of the original motion was not recognized at the time. Regardless, today, I move to rescind the original motion.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Gimber. Trustee Toon, did you want to speak to it?
I would echo what Trustee Gimmer says. It's unfortunate we didn't have this conversation, but I think that it's important for us to recognize that we as board members need to have timely discussions in a timely manner. The landscape is constantly changing in the province, and it was an opportunity last time to have a discussion and give input to administration on an administration matter that they had sought input on in the past. It wasn't like it was unsolicited. We were asked to weigh in on that situation, so we felt it was timely based on feedback we were getting from stakeholders in our communities to do so. So I support the rescinding of the motion and all the things that Trustee Gimber had spoken to.
Thank you both. So my understanding is that both the movers would like to remove this item at this time and have both spoken very well to it and to the situation from January 18th. So we will remove that item at this time. Do we need to vote?
We need to vote on it. It's on the agenda.
Okay. So because that motion has been made and Trustee Toon moved it, the motion, we'll vote on if everyone feels comfortable removing action item E2 from the agenda. All in favor of removing it? Perfect. Thank you very much. And thank you for speaking to that. So we'll now move on to action item E1. Richard Feller, Associate Superintendent, Human and Learning Services, will present proposed changes to the draft 2022-2023 school calendar to the Board of Trustees for approval. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the changes to the draft 2022-2023 school year calendar as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Hodges. Perfect, and I will turn it over to Mr. Feller to present. Thank you.
There we go. Sometimes it's not the technology. I just would like to bring your attention to a couple of items on the draft calendar that have been changed previously to the original calendar that was presented 2 years ago. You'll notice that August 31st will be the first day back for students if approved. This is in alignment with Holy Spirit and their first day back at school in Pincher Creek, and so it supports the busing and the start date for the students in that area. You'll also notice if we move into September, originally September 16th was the day for school-based professional development that is utilized for supporting students with multiple complexities or students who might need an individual program plan. That has been moved to the 29th, which is a benefit in two ways. One, it allows more time for the teachers to get to know the students who might need that support, as well as build some of the relationships with the families that are new into those communities so that they can do a great job of supporting those kids. Second to that is when we did our stakeholder feedback sessions 2 years ago, we were asked to see if we could at times increase the length of weekends so that families could have some dedicated time together. So by putting the 29th as a school-based day and honoring the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation as a non-operational day on the 30th allows families to have that time with their children. If we move into into November, everything is the same. Just want to bring to your attention that November 10th is a non-operational day. And then after that, Nikki, if you can go down to May, sorry. May is the same as last year where we're trying to build those extra long weekends in. Finally, there's also recognition of Indigenous Peoples Day on the 21st. And while that is not a day off, that is a day that we celebrate together in person in classes. We recognize it on the calendar as a day that is special and unique to us, not only in Canada, but in our communities. The last day for students and staff would be the Tuesday, the 27th, which is the last day for diploma exams. So we would ask you to consider this as presented, and if there are any questions, I would take those now.
Thank you, Mr. Feller. Is there any questions around the changes that have been made since we last saw this calendar that you guys want to have for?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
I was just asking if they had any questions. Okay. So you're still good. Any questions around the calendar? Trustee Gimber?
If you could just speak to the difference in the number of instructional days in the first versus the second half of the school year and any anticipated impact on that.
Yeah, oftentimes it's difficult to build a calendar that has the same number of instructional days on both sides of the calendar. And so these are not out of alignment with past practices. We try to get them as close as we can. But at this point, we haven't been able to do that and still honor all of the other requests that parents made through the surveys.
Thank you. We'll go to Trustee Hodges, then Trustee Yagos.
Thank you for bringing this forward, and I really appreciate the fact that we have now included September 30th, our National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, built into our calendar. And moving forward, I know that this is not always seen as a provincial holiday yet. And I also really appreciate that the feedback that was given to us by our stakeholders was to not break up the weeks and to try and include as many long weekends as possible. So I like the new calendar that's been presented, and I would support that moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Yagos?
I was just wondering if the time on this calendar in January, if it's going to be sufficient for the high school, especially with diploma exams, considering when they come back and that, have the teachers responded to this in any way?
No, there hasn't been any negative feedback towards this change. The diploma A is a writing test, and so the intent is that they are prepared going forward.
Thank you. Any other questions? The only question I have is this the first calendar that is being affected since having that feedback of instead of having multiple Fridays off, doing the long weekend?
We did try to do that in the last round.
Yeah.
We did as well. There was just some other areas where we recognized, looking at it from a different lens, that we were able to make those changes.
Okay.
And I do want to bring to your attention, Daryl had noted that on the calendar itself, it says September 30th. It has an SH, so statutory holiday above it. On my calendar draft, it doesn't have that. So we'll have that removed to ensure that people understand that it's a non-operational day and not a statutory holiday. So I
Right.
apologize for that.
So that
error.
would be a non-operational day. Okay. Okay, perfect. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how those weekends do work out, having, the Thursday, Friday rather than multiple Fridays. So I think that's great we are able to do that. Okay, so if there's no further questions, then the motion has been made by Trustee Hodges that the Board of Trustees approve the changes to the draft 2022-2023 school year calendar as presented. All in favor? Thank you. So that is passed. Perfect. So we'll now move on to E3, the collective bargaining. Trustee Long will discuss proposed changes to the guide to the collective bargaining and the recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the changes to the guide to collective bargaining as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that? Trustee Yagos? That's okay. And then Trustee Long, I'll let you speak to it if you're comfortable, or would you rather, is that okay?
Yeah, it would be better if Trustee Yeagus did it for me,
Okay.
please.
Thanks, Trustee Long. Trustee Yagos, are you comfortable speaking to the changes?
I don't have all these changes in front of me right now, so if Trustee Long would mind doing it, I'm sorry. Oh,
Yeah, we have them up here.
okay, sorry.
Yeah, we'll just go through it and discuss them.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I see them, sorry. This, of course, the first one would be the changes to the top, whereas the guiding principles as approved. The guiding principles have been, there's been no changes on that. And if the second one is the guiding principles for collective bargaining, the changes to this would be any agreements will support transformation through innovative, adaptable, creative, and collaborative spaces. And the second one is, we're going to be changing the order of this. Any agreement will be affordable now and sustainable in the future. The third one would be any agreement will be competitive in order to attract and retrain staff. And 4, any agreement will ensure transparency during the collective bargaining process by keeping all stakeholders appraised of developments, decisions, issues, and assessed impact on the education system. In the next one on there was just, they're taking out the word that. It's just a housekeeping. So I don't know if Trustee Long or Mr. Perry want to add on to any of this.
Also, Trustee Stangowitz is on that as well. So if you wanted to speak to it
I'm
as
sorry,
well. No, that's
Trustee
okay.
Singleton.
Did Trustee Stangowitz or Trustee Long want to speak to any of those changes, or you okay at this time? Okay. Is there any questions at this time? Okay, I just had a question. When you changed the order of these, did you change, is that order of significance? So Number 2, any agreement will be affordable now and sustainable in the future. And then number 3, any agreement will be competitive in order to attract and retain staff. If moving to something that's more competitive is not going to be affordable or sustainable, then would you put that first? If it means that you can't quite have those competitive, same competitive rates or whatever it happens to be, do they come in that order? Is that why you guys changed the order, or?
No, I'll speak to it. There wasn't any specific reason for the change in order. It was simply a matter of, I can't even say that it was clear. I don't remember which trustee spoke to it. I'm wondering if Trustee Kimber would remember.
Trustee Stankiewicz is the one who's on there with you, not Trustee Gimber.
No, I know, but when we did this in our meeting
at
of
the meeting of the whole.
Yeah, and Trustee Gimber did a very good job of assisting with the editing and had some comments about it. And I think it was basically just, it wasn't that one was more important than the other, it was clarity. It just seemed to the structure was better, clearer that way.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Does anyone else have anything to add or any other questions? Trustee Hodges?
I think that if we're making any kind of agreement, it has to be affordable and sustainable, no matter where we're looking at it in that type of lens. I do see the competitive in order to attract and retain. I think that would have to be a conversation then, but in order to set our future, it has to be affordable now and sustainable. Otherwise, we would never be able to keep staff long enough.
Mr. Perry?
I'll just add, all of these points are important, and I think the board recognizes that they're important, but you have to take into consideration the resources that you have available in order to complete a contract. It has to be affordable and sustainable now and in the future. And then within that parameter, you can consider, an agreement that takes into consideration the competitiveness and the ability to attract and retain staff. So I think the order of it as it's presented makes a lot more sense, because it really allows you to look at what's resources you have available and then look at what ways you can maintain and attract staff. And then in addition, it's not to say that number 4, transparency in the bargaining process, is less important, but it just seems to flow in that order as you go down. So that would be my only comment.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Trustee Long?
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to say. I'm not sure if I was clear. It wasn't that any one was more important than the other. It was strictly for clarity. That's why we put them in that order.
Thank you, Trustee Long. So thank you guys for answering my question. My only, I guess, follow-up thought would be, is it important then to have in there that any agreement will be competitive in order to attract and retain staff? I understand that that's always the goal, but I think that we might have agreements. There is potential for us to have agreements in the future that may not be competitive, because that to become competitive, we would have to reach past something that was affordable and sustainable in the future. So if it's going to say that they will be competitive, what if we cannot do that? I guess these are guiding principles. So I'll go to Trustee Stankiewicz.
And as the name, the title implies, it's a guide.
Thank you. So any other thoughts on that? Trustee Yagos?
I was just going to mention onto that, it's a global kind of, it's something that, we hope to attain. And so every time we look at an agreement, we'll be using those as the guidelines.
Perfect, thank you. Yes, this is a guiding principle. That does make more sense. So thank you guys for helping me gain clarity on that. Trustee Long? Just one sec, Trustee Long. Sorry, one sec. if there's no other questions, then maybe I'll just let Trustee Long speak and finish. So Trustee Long, do you want to speak to it and close?
Sure. There isn't any reason why this can't go back and be re-edited, changed, added to. So if we want to vote against this, then it's not something that's time sensitive. We'll take it back and we'll make some changes.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I was just going to say that the committee worked on it. They presented it to us. We'd had a discussion on it. It looks
Yep.
great.
Yep.
I would be in favor of voting
Yep.
for this.
Yeah, so Trustee Long was closing on it. The motion has been made. So we'll go ahead. I will read it one more time, that the Board of Trustees approve the changes to the Guide to Collective Bargaining as presented. All of those in favor? Perfect, that is passed. And I'd like to thank the committee for their work on this and bringing that up to date. Okay, so we are now at E4. We do have a presenter who will be joining us. So I'm gonna say we can take a 10-minute health break. Or we could go in camera for a minute. Sure. Mr. Perry, do you want to do projected enrollment numbers now? Would you feel comfortable doing that at this time? We will.
As long as you don't ask any questions.
I've got
No, just kidding.
so many. Okay, so
No, sure.
yeah, so we are going to, our presenter is planning on being here at 9:50, so we have about 20 minutes. So what we'll do is move on to our first discussion item, which is F1, 2022-2023 projected enrollment numbers. Jeff Perry, Associate Superintendent Business Services, will review the projected enrollment numbers, the process for gathering the projections, and any relevant trends for the 2022-2023 school year. And I'll turn that over to Mr. Perry.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just note, just prior to the E4 item, I think, given the fact that it's based on land and so forth, and it has the ability to have us go into camera, I think we should do that just for a moment, just prior to that. But I will go through and talk about the enrollment projections for the upcoming school year. So as you can see on the document, we're talking about the FTE enrollment for 2022-23. And when we say FTE, just for everybody's knowledge, that takes into consideration that not all students are considered a full-time student. So for example, any student that is in ECS or kindergarten is considered half-time. So they're a 0.5 FTE equivalent. And so that is taken into consideration. So when you see AB Daily at the top, their kindergarten numbers they may be 20, they would, on this particular item, they would be considered 10. Just so that we can take into account the FTE, which is how we're funded. And so when we look at this document will consider what we've projected, and in the third column, it'll compare it to what we actually incurred or had realized in the prior year, which is talking about the current year that we're in right now. And then it'll identify the difference. And so we've broken it out by community, so you can see whether there's a trend or significant changes. And we can speak to the specific trends that are occurring in many areas. So the first one is the community of Nanton. So we have two schools in the community of Nanton, AB Daly and JT Foster. AB Daly is the elementary, JT Foster is the high school. You can see that AB Daly is projecting exactly what they had in the current year, and JT Foster is projecting 10 additional students. You'll see a theme throughout this document in that we have more students projected in the high school area than we had in the previous year. And in most cases, we had additional students come to our schools mid-year. And so those projections are taking into consideration potentially the students that come in from the elementary, but also taking into consideration the number of students that we have right there, right now. So the prior year's numbers are based on the September 30th enrollment, right? And so if additional students come mid-year, it's not taken into consideration in those numbers. And so that seems to be the trend going through most of the high schools. So in Natin, we anticipate additional 10 students. Stavely, unfortunately, is down 7 students, or anticipated being down 7 students. Some of those mean a smaller ECS class than in the previous year. Clarisholm anticipates 41 additional students in that community, 15 from West Meadow Elementary, and Willow Creek Composite is 26. And again, the 26, there's a lot of immigrant families that have moved to the community of Clarisholm and are having a significant impact on the number of students that are there. In the most cases, we have a lot of Chilean families moving into the community, and so more students are coming into that area. Granham, we anticipate additional 4.5 students. Fort Macleod, town of Fort Macleod is up. WA Day anticipates the same amount as the prior year, and FP Walsh is an increase of 14. One of the challenges in the community of Fort Macleod and the community of Pincher Creek is the movement between First Nation students on and off reserve. And so typically for these purposes, they've maintained the same amount as we've had this year. Okay, if you could go up just a little bit, Nikki. Go figure, the Pincher Creek community is increasing by 0.7 of a student. Canyon had blended students with regards to some online and some in school. And so they have taken that into consideration. So you get a kind of odd number there. For the most part, Pincher Creek is remaining the same as it was in the prior year. Livingstone anticipates an increase of 14.5 students. Crow's Nest Pass is fairly stable. You can see that Horace Allen is the same as it was this prior year. Isabel Sellen is down 8, but you can see those numbers moved from Isabel Sellen to Crow's Nest Pass, or Crow's Nest Consolidated, and so they're up to offset the decrease in ISS. Outreach is anticipated additional 7, and Colony Schools an additional 9. And as an FTE, that anticipates 100 additional students into our division from the prior year. Again, many of those students are already in our schools, but I rechecked with administrators as well. I hate to always, whenever you see a larger number like this, I want to make sure that they're sure of their numbers. And we need to realize we're projecting for September of 2022 in January, the first week in January. So there's a lot of variables that you cannot take into consideration. So you take the history, you take the number of students that are moving from the elementary into the high school, and you take into account your typical transition of how many come and how many go in the summer months. And so that's the process that they've taken into consideration. So as we look at beyond the regular school settings, we look into our home education numbers. Could you just move up a little bit, Nikki, please? Yep. Perfect, right there. Home education students are considered a 0.25 FTE. So home education students, we actually had 46 last year. That's 11.5 as an FTE. We anticipate having 54, so fairly stable, which is 13.5 FTE for a difference of 2 FTE. Shared responsibility, we typically don't know that until we get into the year, and so we haven't made a projection in that area. The virtual school for grades 1 to 7, 8 to 9, 9 to 12 have a slight increase. 4 in the 1 to 7 area, a slight decrease of 7 in the 8 to 9, but they've moved into the 10 to 12, and it's anticipated that there's an additional 17 students in there. So overall, there's a net increase of about 20 students. Out of school division, we're not sure what those would be, and so we haven't put a projection in there. There's not a significant earnings from that area. International students, at this point, we anticipate that we'll be at 33, which is less than the 48 that we incurred or realized this year. This year was our first year, and kudos to Chad and his team, that we've ever been to the level that we were. It's hard to project that level going forward, and so we've been somewhat conservative in projecting 33, which is really our break even, around our break even number of students for that program. And finally, as we look at FTE, we'd like to identify what our total headcount is. So not taking into account FTE, and it's around just over 3,800 students versus the 3747 we had in the prior year, so about 70 students up when you look at the headcount side of things. So what that means is, because our headcount is lower than what our actual FTE increase is, you can anticipate that our ECS enrollment is down compared to what it was in the prior years, but our full-time equivalent students is higher. So, and that's that. Is there any questions for me on the enrollment?
Thank you, Mr. Perry. We'll go to Trustee Hodges first.
No questions, but this is awesome, the projected enrollment to be up. I remember when I first became a trustee, our enrollment was like down. We were always a declining enrollment. And so probably for the last 4 years, we've been going steadily up. I think it's been about that long. And so this is just, I think it's due to all the new programming that we're bringing into Livingstone Range, and all the hardworking teachers, and just everything that we have going on in our new innovations in Livingstone Range. So I'm just super excited to see those numbers continuing to rise.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. We'll go to Trustee Yagos.
With the virtual school, considering next year, is there any anticipation that a lot of these will be going back into the regular classroom? I mean, I know we're still going to probably be having a virtual school, but as of June, will they have to declare whether they're going to go back to the classroom, or is this something that they've already said they want to stay in the virtual school?
So in these projections, we've got right down to the individual students that we anticipate. So right now, even from the numbers that we had originally, additional students have gone to the virtual program. And so all those students have been considered. We haven't doubled up on these students, so they know these students by name for the most part, and anticipate. So Tara Tanner would have provided through consultation with the high school principals what the numbers are for the virtual school. And so these are pretty firm numbers as far as who we anticipate being in the virtual school and who we anticipate being in the high school. Because those ongoing I mean, things could change for sure. Circumstances with families and so forth could change, but based on the conversations they've had, these are the numbers that they anticipate.
Thank you. We'll go to Trustee Toon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I just want to echo what Trustee Hodges and had said. This is amazing to see this type of sustainable growth moving forward in our division. With everything that we've been through the last 2 years, to see some of those students coming back and additional students as well welcoming into our schools is great. I think it speaks a lot, as she said, to how amazing our schools are. We know there's more options out there than ever, with virtual options from divisions all across the province and elsewhere as well, plus as a lot of other in-person. So when kids are coming to us, additional students, it's intentional, and it really speaks to how amazing our staff and how welcoming our schools are. So thanks to administration for all your hard work and dedication in making that possible.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Gimber? Oh, sorry. Did you want to speak to that? Okay. Trustee Gimber?
I have two questions. The first, building off of Trustee Hodges and Trustee Toon. So this equates to about a 3%, just under a 3% increase in enrollment year over year. Could you just touch on what those numbers have been previously, percentage-wise?
I don't have those numbers in front of me. Obviously, I could get those numbers with more detail, but it is, as Trustee Hodges has indicated, over a large many of years, we were on the decline with regards to enrollment, and over the last 2 or 3 years, that has slowly risen to the point where we're at today. This is an increase Last year was an increase. The significant change was the year where 2020, where we had many students go online and not come to our jurisdiction. When we came back from that scenario, we actually had more students than we had the prior year to even that. And so it was our projections were actually lower than what we anticipated there, and they increased for the current year that we're in now. And so this continues to be a surprise. Thus why I talked with the administrators to make sure that these numbers that they're comfortable with these numbers. And again, we're talking January, right? January estimating for September, lots of things can change. So I want to temper the excitement around it, but it is a promising sign that just like Trustee Toon indicated, there's good things going on in the Livingstone Range School Division, and people want to be part of that. And so, yeah, I guess that's how I'll respond to that.
Okay, and then a follow-up to that then is, what is the impact if the actual enrollment numbers are different from the projected numbers?
Excellent question. That was what I was going to talk about, not realizing you had to put your hand up. So it's important to understand that even these projections are only funded at 50%. So we're funded on a WMA, which is the weighted moving average, which takes into account 2 years prior, which is funded at that enrollment, whatever our actual enrollment was, at 20%. The current year that we're in right now will be 30%, and the projections are 50% of what it is. So even if we're somewhat a little high, it doesn't entirely take that into consideration because it's only 50% funded. We will look at, when we get to September, we'll take a look at what our WMA is, and we'll identify what the financial impact would be, and we'll make adjustments at that time, whether it's up or down. So the whole new system with WMA is so you don't get the full impact of the increase or the decrease in the year that occurs, and that's for all school jurisdictions.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from other trustees? Okay, I just had a couple questions too. Will we be seeing the virtual school presented as a school instead of like as this extra group now that it has a principal and stuff at some point, or will we always see it with this group because it doesn't have a physical location? Is that the reason?
It's so new to us, and that there's a lot of uncertainty around it with regards to, like, it's not funded the same way as the other components of the jurisdiction, right? So we don't get full funding for virtual schools, and so when you look at the school subtotal, that's taken into account the FTE of students in schools, and then we get full funding for those. When you look at the virtual school, it's funded differently, and maybe we can go through that in another time with the board as to how that is structured. But that's why they're down below. This is really only the second full year, that we have numbers available for this. So, and it's real complex as to how you fit that into a diagram to be able to share with the board and so forth. So anyways, even though we have them as full-time equivalents up there, they're not really full-time equivalents funding-wise, and so we put them below the school subtotal, and that's why we've done that.
Thank you very much. I know that our presenter is here, so I just have one more question. When principals are making predictions as far as what students will be coming in to kindergarten or ECS, can you just speak quickly to what information they use? Is it our connections with the early learning group, or is it based on people who bring their kids in to have the assessment done when they're 4 or 5? Or can you just speak a little bit to where they get that ECS number from?
ECS is a really challenging number for our schools, and typically they estimate low, and I have to look at that and say, historically and over the last 3 years, we have had higher numbers than what you have. So they do take into consideration the information that they know, but January is really early for them to identify with any sense of assurance that what the number would be for September. And really it can fluctuate significantly. Typically the schools like Granham and Stavely have a good idea as to who's in the community because they know the families. You get to our larger centers and they don't have all that information. So they do the best that they can based on what they know. And I look at those numbers and take into consideration from a divisional perspective where we've been at. And we may adjust those as appropriate, but that's how we've gone. So in the previous years, we've budgeted low in those areas, just because we were on a conservative, which ultimately it works out because we get adjusted for that. But in the year that we have them, it affects us somewhat, financially. And so we want to be as close to that as we can, so we take into account most of the historical information and any other contextual information that we might know.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Perry. Okay, with that, we will just double check. No other questions regarding this discussion item? Perfect. Thank you so much for that presentation. We'll go ahead and have Nikki let our presenters in. We will have this presentation and receive this as information. And then if the board feels like we need to go in camera before we move on to the actual motion, then we can do that at that time. Yep.
So part of this presentation is I have some information to provide even before Mr. Cox. Yeah, so I'll go through my information as well, and then we'll let Mr. Cox with FWBA go through his presentation.
Okay.
And then I'll go through the proposal at a later time. So the actual
Yes.
proposal with regards to where the dialogue and decision would come up.
Yep.
But I'll give you the information that I have first.
Okay. Is everyone comfortable with that? Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much. We'd like to welcome David Cox to our meeting. Thank you for being here today, David.
Morning, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Great.
Thank you. Okay, so I'd like to welcome David to our meeting, and we will now go on to item E4. In preparation for the upcoming FACES summer program, administrative staff have put together a proposal on the addition of the cost-effective facility that will support all LRSD place-based programs now and in the future. Mr. Jeff Perry, Associate Superintendent, Business Services, will share and go through the details of the proposal with the Board of Trustees. So at this time, we are going to receive some information from Mr. Perry. And Mr. Perry, can you also just introduce Mr. Cox and what his role is?
You bet. You bet. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. I will go through, I have some slides that I will have Nikki bring up, and I'll go through that information. It's a little bit of history and information around the current site in the Crow's Nest Pass. And then Mr. David Cox is a principal with the architectural firm FWBA. He's an individual that has worked on many of our schools in the jurisdiction, and he's been involved in somewhat of a visioning of a concept that we can look at as far as a facility that will be proposed for the Crow's Nest Pass site. So after I'm done my comments, I will turn the time over to Mr. Cox, and he can take you through some of the visioning and some of the designs that they've put together around this concept, if that works. So, okay, David, can you see my presentation as well?
I can, yeah, thank you.
Okay, perfect, just so you're not in the dark on this. Okay, so, perfect, thank you. A good visual of what one of the sites or scenes looks like out in the Crow's Nest Pass site. And so you can go to the next slide, please, Nikki. I just wanted to give a little bit of information around this site, as some trustees were not part of the group that ultimately went through the process of leasing and then acquiring the property. So in anticipation of moving the FACES program to this site, we entered into a lease with the provincial government, providing us time to go through a process of looking at acquiring the land. That was quite a process. We worked with Alberta Education many months in that, and they had to go to Alberta Infrastructure on our behalf and demonstrate a desire for that property to be part of the Livingstone Range School Division. There was other departments of the government that had interest in that property, and so it took some time. But in the end of August, we ultimately acquired the property in August of 2021. Some of the benefits that we felt very strongly about, and that led to the decision of acquiring the property, was the location itself, and how ideal it was for LRSD-sponsored programming. FACES was a significant factor in that decision, but not only FACES, there was other additional outdoor pursuit programs that we were desiring to put into place, especially around the alignment of the mission, vision, and core values of the jurisdiction. Many of those core values including place-based programming, student-centered, and wellness. And we've heard about wellness many times in the past and how outdoor programming can support the wellness of individuals. We also felt strongly that it had a direct, powerful impact on the K-12 students in southwestern Alberta and across the province, as our FACES program brings children from our students from multiple locations of the province. It also has an economic, social, and environmental benefit to the Crow's Nest Pass area, and so we're contributing to that in bringing additional programming to our jurisdiction. If we go to the next slide, please, Nikki. So the LRSD-sponsored FACES program utilized the property in July through August 2021 for the first time. It was an amazing experience for those who attended, but the program, due to provincial health restrictions, had to be revised, and so it went from 12 days of on-site programming to 2 days, and the rest was completed online and at home. The site worked well, but could only have one session occurring at a time due to limited and smaller instructional space. And so, like I said, prior to the pandemic, it was a program of 12 days. Sessions in that scenario, in the normal scenario, would overlap on the site, which meant that the current facilities did not allow for the overlapping of sessions. The next slide is, you're going to have a presentation on FACES, so I won't go through this in great detail. But this is just a little bit of history. Since '99, FACES has welcomed grade 9 students from across Alberta for curriculum-based outdoor adventure education that focuses on personal growth and development. Students participated in 12 days of high adventure activities, classroom instruction, team building that has a positive impact on all areas of their lives. And of course, we had about 450 students typically. They included climbing, canoeing, classwork, hiking, and a mountaintop experience. And students would stay in 4-person tents while they were there. You can go to the next one. So again, you have a FACES presentation later on in this board meeting. I don't want to go through too much. The discussion on FACES programming had to be considered. One of the reasons for that is that there was changes to the summer school funding. So typically students would earn 15 credits. They were only allowed to earn a maximum of 10 credits with the change in funding, and it went from 190.85 credit or dollars per credit to 143. So it significantly reduced our revenue and the ability to maintain the program as it was constituted. The funding also was based on a 3-year average. And one of the things we're dealing with right now is, and you know that because you have sent a letter to the Minister of Education around holding us harmless for the year of 2020 when we weren't able, just due to the restrictions of the pandemic, we weren't able to run any sessions. And right now, this year that we're in is the first year that currently impacts, and our funding has been reduced significantly. So it was determined through consultation with the FACES leadership and our leadership that a 6-day on-site program combined with online and at-home supports could meet these requirements. And this is way out of my element, so I won't get into any of the details around that, but from a financial perspective, that cuts down costs and creates a self-sustaining program. We still deal with the 3 years that we're currently in, where we haven't recognized the 2020 funding. If we could get that changed, we would be self-sustaining right now, but that's not the case. So, but there is a significant need in the short term to add additional facility space to accommodate the need to support this program. In other words, if we were to only offer a program where we could only have one session on at a time, it would reduce even further the number of credits that we have the ability to earn, thus reducing the future revenue that would come to the jurisdiction. And so there's a need in the short term to add additional facility space to accommodate the need to get back to 12 sessions plus, if possible, to be able to build that sustainability over the long term. Okay, if you could just go to the next slide. This is a slide that came to the board in the original presentation when we were looking to acquire the property. And I only bring it because in the short term, we could use the site for the current summer programming, recognizing that it was going to be revised. But in the longer term, there was a plan to add additional infrastructure to enhance program options. And so meeting spaces that could be used by the division and the community, as well as the FACES program, was discussed at that time. And so this is just bringing something back, really because we currently have the resources and the ability to do something now to accommodate the need ongoingly. But we'll have that discussion and more dialogue later. Okay, can you move to the next slide? Okay, so I'm actually going to stop there, and we will. So again, Mr. David Cox is here to present as we worked through a concept of what it might look like. And one of the things we were looking at is a cost-effective way of doing that, what resources we have available and what that could potentially put out there to support these needs. And it was supported in the short term, but also be used in the long term for the program as well. So Dave, I'll let you take over with your presentation if you can.
Sounds good. Thank you. I'm just going to try to share my screen here.
Yep, I think so.
Can everyone see my screen and hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Good. Make this full size. There we are. All right. Thanks, everyone. So as Jeff said, I'm Dave Cox. I'm an architect and principal with FWDA Architects in Lethbridge, and we have worked with Livingstone Range on a number of facilities in the past. And with me actually today is Shania Duffy, who's an intern in our Lethbridge office, and she's just going to speak to the Indigenous Consultation that took place a few weeks ago as a part of the presentation here as well. So I'll flip through the slides here. If there are any questions as we go, please just interrupt at any time. So as Jeff said with the first slide there, the views available to this site out in the Crow's Nest Pass are beautiful, right across from Crow's Nest Lake. In proposing a shelter structure for the FACES program and for Livingstone Range, we wanted to come up with something that capitalizes on the views, but also recognizes some of the harsher environmental conditions that are out there that we need to deal with as well. So wind being the primary one, of course. There's a little bit of variation in the wind data that we're able to find for this area in the Crow's Nest Pass, and I'm sure it is because I'm sure the wind out there can vary quite a bit. But really, we're looking at needing to accommodate the gusting winds anywhere from the southwest to the west-northwest in the design, while still taking into account the views. And as such, we're proposing a structure that is fairly solid on two sides to provide for a natural wind shelter, and then open on the opposite to accommodate those views. There's a little bit of overlap on the north side here where, and you'll see when we get into the design of the building proposed here, that there's accommodation for that. So it can be closed when needed and opened when possible. The existing building on site is just adjacent here to the northeast. So again, just zooming in a little bit here, we've got the existing structure, the access into the site and the parking, and then the proposed new shelter structure, which is just to the west of the existing building. So the building itself, in order to support the FACES programming, we understand what we're looking for is sort of a large open gathering space that allows for flexibility in use, as well as a shelter that can be closed when these students have been out all day for outdoor excursions. One of the real requirements here is to be able to come in and get out of the elements. Supporting that, we've got a series of breakout rooms or small meeting rooms on the side. And again, this is one of our sort of windward sides of the building here. So we're using that as a more closed function. These support the FACES programming as well as other uses by the Livingstone Range School Division. Jeff mentioned the requirements for some meeting space out there as well. And then what we're showing right now is sort of a large general storage space. We've shown a couple overhead doors just to sort of get the concept in. The reality is this space will be broken up quite a bit more, we expect, as the specific storage requirements are determined. Some may be accessed from inside the building or from other areas as well, depending on the equipment needing to be stored. And then we're proposing a large fireplace in this central gathering space. And now the prime reason for that is that the building proposed here is unheated, so no mechanical HVAC or heating, ventilation, or air conditioning. So the building would be naturally ventilated, and if heat's required, the only source of heat would be the fireplace. And one of the reasons for doing that is the cost considerations going into developing the structure. So the total occupant load available to the building in the closed form is about 220 people. And you'll see here in the following slides how the building can be opened up quite significantly. And in that case, spilling out to the outdoors, the occupant load is really limitless in that case. So here are some 3D renderings. This is the exterior of that faceless shelter with the paneling closed on those two sides. So we're looking at a series of hinged or coordinated panels that will allow the shelter to be closed in with some high level windows still to allow some light in when the doors are closed and the building's occupied. And you can see the fireplace sort of coming up through the side here. And then the slope on the roof is designed to accommodate solar photovoltaics, so solar panels on the roof for generating electricity. The thought being that the structure, though it would be hooked up to power, could be very self-sustaining. And then the same views with the panels opened. So again, we're looking at a series of coordinated panels, much like a closet, a bifold closet door at home, that open up into the side and really sort of clear out of the way to allow this building on the north and east sides to be opened up to nature and to the elements, just to enhance the sort of place-based learning potential that's available here. And then on the back side, again, and on the west side, you can see here, even though the wood paneling continues, it's not opening, and that provides that natural windbreak. Shania, did you want to jump in on the Indigenous engagement? Oh, can everyone hear me still?
We can hear you, yep.
Okay. Shania, can you hear me? Are you able to jump in? Might be having a technical issue there.
Is she still in the room, Nikki? Does it show that? We'll just double check if maybe
okay, I do see her on the
you can
participant list here, but yeah, she may be having some issues.
We can't hear you.
Oh no, okay, I'll jump in. So on January 20th, we hosted.
Can everyone hear me
now? Oh, there you go.
Oh, there you are.
Sorry.
No,
sorry about that.
Thanks.
I don't know what was going on, but it's fixed now. Okay. We had the opportunity to meet with Indigenous elders Betty Ann White Quills and Joe Eagle Tail Feathers a couple weeks ago. The intent of this meeting was to gain input into how the design could evolve to address the Indigenous communities in the area and to provide a space that is welcoming to Indigenous youth. The meeting was productive, and several takeaways include planning to allow smudging within the space, along with planning to incorporate Indigenous artwork and designs either onto the structure or embedded within the concrete. These considerations would create a space where Indigenous teachings are inherent in the design and serve well the communities and individuals that use the space. Dave, if I left anything out, feel free to add it.
No, that's great. Thanks, Shania. Yeah, and specifically, we looked at a few potential areas, incorporating something stamped or applied to the concrete finishes on either the storage room or the floor or the fireplace, as well as the potential for adding imagery onto the coordinated panels in there as well. So we're working through some options and hope to meet back again with Betty Ann White Quills and Father Joe Eagle Tail Feathers to review the proposed options and make sure that we're moving sort of down the right path in how that imagery is incorporated. The next slide I was going to jump into was for schedule and procurement. Are there any questions about the design before I do? I can jump back to some previous slides.
We do have a question here. We'll go to Trustee Hodges.
Just looking at the design a little bit, and you're talking about letting in the natural light. I just wondered if there was any thoughts around putting in any skylights to help allow some more natural light in if the building was closed up more out of the elements?
That's a great suggestion. Yeah, it's not something we've looked at the moment, but the structure would lend itself well to that, and we could get a little better sort of daylight penetration in the parts of the building that are a little further away from these windows. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other questions specifically about the structure at this time?
Could I speak for a minute?
Absolutely. Trustee Long is, Trustee Long is joining us virtually as well, so I'll just let him go ahead.
Yeah, David, this is something, a concern I voiced earlier. The existing building that's there has the entrance to the east, and that's specifically because of the wind that comes off the lake.
Yeah.
And so where we have the doors that open right now in the northwest corner, that will be facing right into the wind 90% of the year. And it's very windy out there 90% of the time. So that's just my concern. I had pointed it out earlier, and absolutely that where those doors that open up, that is right into the wind coming off the lake, and that's where the wind comes from. But maybe that's already considered, and it's not an issue. But definitely, those doors are facing right into the wind, and I would think you're going to get quite a bit of material inside that building, dust and so on, unless it's 100% sealed against it. And I don't know how many days you'd be able to open up those doors and absolutely enjoy the view. And it is incredible. I realize that's why it's put that way, but I'm not an architect. But in my own mind and spending my life here, I would put windows there and have opening doors somewhere else, like towards the east.
No, that's an excellent point. Thank you. And that is something we're going to have to take a look at. So the primary entrance is located off the east in this case for when the panels are left closed. And just for that reason, you specified that is sort of our most protected side of the structure. We'll have to dig into the data a little bit more and see if it is, as you suggest, worth even having the panels here. We may be better off with fixed glazing rather than having opening doors. If like you say, it's 90% of the time they're not going to be operational, I'd agree with you. It wouldn't make sense. The panels we are proposing here, because they close from the outside, one of the advantages is that when they are in the wind actually pushes them into their seals, so they seal tighter in the wind than they do otherwise. So I think they would perform well in the wind, but by the same token, if they're never going to be able to be opened or very, very infrequently, then it's probably not the best way to go. So we'll dig into that wind data a little bit more.
Thank you for listening to my concerns, David.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you both. And then we just have one more question from Trustee Gimber.
Thank you. I also echo the concerns regarding the wind and the type of doors that are being suggested. I'm also curious about snow load on the roof, if the angle is great enough. And finally, if you can just give me in relation to the existing building on the property, how big is this?
Sorry, I'm just gonna. I don't have the area available for the existing building, so I'm just gonna have to refer to it sort of on this slide. I would say we're probably roughly half the area under roof. But I know this roof extends beyond the building footprint a bit. I would have to get the exact numbers back to Jeff.
Thank you for that. So we'll get those numbers. Okay.
And sorry, with one of the first questions with regard to snow load. So the slope proposed on the roof is the minimum for snow to self-shed off solar panels, which is where the slope there comes from. And as far as the roof load, it would be designed to accommodate the snow load for that area. The building code has very specific requirements, and they do increase significantly as you get into the Crow's Nest Pass for the snow load on the roof.
Is the quote that we have received including the price of the solar panels?
So the project hasn't been priced or quoted yet. Sorry, Jeff. My understanding is that the solar is, we're designing to accommodate it in the future.
Go ahead, Trustee, or Mr. Perry.
No, I was just going to say what David had said, that not built into this point, but the potential of putting it in place at a future date, really depending on, what we can get for the budget that we have in place.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, this is just kind of first draft, right? None of this is set exactly where it will be, or but to help us understand the concept a little bit better. But great questions. We'll let Mr. Cox continue unless anyone has any more questions right now. No? Okay, so we'll let you continue. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have discussed a few procurement options with the school division representatives, and one of the real driving factors for us here is schedule. With the desire to be in this building at the end of June of this year is an extremely tight schedule any year, especially for construction in the Crow's Nest Pass, where our construction season starts quite a bit later. And then this particular year with supply chain issues, I'm sure everyone's heard in the news, and it's really pronounced in the construction industry right now as well. So based on those factors, our proposal for procurement is to bring on a construction manager, which is still a competitively tendered process. I'll flip through a few slides here. So we have the owner, Livingstone School Division, having engaged with the prime consultant, which is us, FWBA Architects. We would manage competitive procurement on behalf of the school division to hire a construction manager. So bids will be released, RFP will be released for contractors to submit their proposal to act as construction manager for this project. What that means is that we bring the contractor on in the next few weeks as a part of the design team, and that they are going to help us work through the design for two reasons. One, to help meet schedule, and one, to help meet the budget. They'll have a better grasp on what is available and isn't right now, and maybe even the potential to pre-order some items to help us ensure we can get into this building on time. As the design is finalized, then the general contractor will release tenders to subcontractors. So the general contractor is procured through a competitive bidding process, and then the general contractor is required to procure their subcontractors, again, through a competitive bidding process. So in this instance, the project would be put together into a tender-ready package and released to the subcontractors. So this is for concrete work, framing, exterior finishes, electrical work, etc. And those various subcontractors would be brought on board from that point. This gives us very good budget control with the construction manager because we have the construction manager working through the design with us. We're able to get a better sense of where we're going to be in overall cost. But because the construction manager is brought on early, the cost will usually increase up to 10% as a premium on that work, because though they are competitively bidding on a percentage basis to get onto the design team, at that point they are the general contractor. And so though they competitively bid their subcontractors, there isn't as much competitive pricing for their work at that point. And then schedule, we have good schedule control with the construction manager. Again, their participation through the design is really one of the driving factors behind this. So if we're looking to specify something as a part of the project that is going to either take a long time to get or be difficult to install in the timeframes we have, they're going to be advising us on that on the way through. Now, one variation on this construction management approach that we're proposing is called sequential tendering. And we're going to try to limit the use of this, and I'll go through some of the reasons for that in a moment. But what it means is that, flip back here, instead of working with the general contractor to put together a complete set of tender documents and then putting that out to tender to all the subcontractors at once, because of the schedule constraints, we may split some of those off. So once we have the foundations for the building designed, we may get that tendered out on its own and awarded, so that as soon as the frost is out of the ground in the spring, the foundations can start going in, even if we're still working on finalizing the design for the rest of the project as a whole. And then the framing, it could be tendered out separately from the electrical work. We try to limit the number of tender packages that are released, but they can be tendered out separately. So the one disadvantage to this is that it can reduce the budget control because, for instance, your concrete work is already tendered and awarded while you're still finalizing the rest of the project. And it just reduces your ability to shrink the project down the road. It takes some sort of items off the table that you would normally have available to look at for budget control. Overall cost is very similar to the previous option we looked at. The construction manager is a part of the design team working through. And then schedule, this is really the reason why we would look at this. It's excellent schedule. Overall, it's the earliest possible construction start. Potential to modularize parts of the construction. Those meeting rooms could potentially be built off-site and brought in, again, just to speed up construction. So the real advantage to this specific method is schedule and ability to meet those timelines. That is everything I had. Are there any questions on the procurement piece or jumping back to the design?
Sorry, I just had a question. Who all is on the design team? You said if the general contractor is brought in early and becomes part of the design team, that adds about a 10% increase in the cost. If the design team finalize the design beforehand and then get the general contractor in order to save that 10%, who is on the design team and finalizes that plan? Or that
So
design?
At the moment, it is just us, FWBA. If we were not to follow this path, we would need to bring on board a structural and electrical engineer to do those designs with us. You don't really save the cost of doing that. Under what we're proposing here with the general contractor coming on board, they are still going to need involvement of engineers. It's just likely that they will hire the structural and electrical engineer on their end instead of us doing it. So regardless, the components of the team, I guess, are the same. They would just be brought on by this construction manager rather than by our team directly.
So you're saying where it says here, the increased cost overall is an expected 10%. That's the increased cost overall on the general contractor, but not to the overall project?
Well, yeah, it increased to the overall project, sorry, but that cost is through the general contractor's bid for the project, if that makes sense.
And sorry. So if the general contractor comes on and is part of the design team, it will cost 10% more. If we don't take the general contractor on, then FWBA will finalize the plans on their own, but you'll have to hire someone to do the end part of it, and that will cost about the same 10%?
The 10% isn't for the engineering costs. So regardless, yeah, you would be paying the engineering costs, whether it's through us or through the general contractor. In this case, because the general contractor is already on the team when it goes out to bids to the subcontractors, their costs aren't as, I'd say, tight as they would be if we were to put the whole project together and out to bid all at once. And the only reason that is a very standard procurement model called design, bid, build. The only reason we're not recommending that route is because it doesn't have the schedule advantages at all that we're looking to gain here.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions for David? So I think this is the end of his presentation. So any questions at all around any? Mr. Perry, did you want to speak?
Well, I'll just wait and see if there's any additional questions first.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like we're good to receive this as information at this time. Again, we want to thank Mr. Cox for joining us and Mrs. Duffy, and we appreciate you guys coming and taking the time to present this information and answer our questions today.
So just before they leave, I will make one comment. Yeah. So David, just for your information, the board has moved the discussion of this item to after a presentation of our FACES program and our pursuits, which is later in the day. And so I will touch base with you, and just if there's any additional things that come up that I need from the dialogue that they have, then I'll touch base with you and get that information today if possible, so I can come back to the board. Does that work for you and your schedule?
Yeah, it should. Thanks, Jeff. I am a little bit off site today, but I'm sure you can reach me on my cell if you need me.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you both so much for coming, and thank you, Mr. Perry, for adding to that presentation as well. We are going to take a 5-minute break, and we will come back. Let's take 7 minutes. We'll be back at 10:32 and move on to F2, our discussion item. Thank you all.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Dave and Shania.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just so everyone knows, Greg is waiting. He's got an engagement that he will be called to, and so Greg is going to join us for as long as possible. So we're happy to have you here, Greg, and happy to keep you with us as long as you possibly can. So yeah, I said he was going to leave after a little bit earlier, but we're happy to have you and that you can take part in our discussions. So Okay, now we'll see you at 10:33.
I'm actually getting a kick out of watching you all.
Well, we're being recorded, so we could watch ourselves later too. Okay, thank you guys. Welcome back from our 12-minute break. My bad. All right, so we are going to go ahead and move on to discussion item F2, the budget review process. So enclosed with the agenda is a copy of the proposed budget calendar related to the 2022-2023 school year budget. Mr. Perry will use the budget calendar to provide a review of the division's budget process for all the trustees. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Perry. We'll let him present. Mr. Perry, do you prefer questions throughout or at the end?
Yeah, certainly throughout is
Okay,
fine. Yeah.
perfect.
Just interrupt me. And,
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Nikki, are we good to go? Okay. I just see the freeze at the top, and I wondered if that means we're not. Oh, that's the freeze screen. Yeah. Okay, well, while she's getting that up, it's a document that we've brought to the board annually, and it's adjusted for the calendar to take into consideration all the steps that we go through in the building of the budget, the monitoring of the budget, and ultimately until we have a financial statement from the budget in the end of November. So the calendar, which you would have had in your package, I'll just start with January, only has one day in January, and that's typically the submission of enrollment projections to Alberta Education. So you can see the 5th, the highlighted numbers are when there's something going on in regards to this. And so the 5th is when we submitted our enrollment, and we just went through that earlier today to Alberta Education. Based on that enrollment, they will determine the budget, which should be presented on the 24th of February. In February, we bring to the SALT, which is our Senior Administration Leadership Team meeting, a review of the instructional formula that we've used in the past to allocate resources out to the schools. And so within that date isn't necessarily the date, as today we have a board meeting, so we didn't have a SALT meeting, but that will happen within this week in regards to our review of how we allocate those resources out to schools. We typically then in March will take that information and we'll present it to our admin council and get feedback and the dialogue with regards to the allocations. And then that will be brought to the board on March 22nd, board meeting, for approval of the board as far as the instructional allocation formula. By that time, we will already know what the budget announcement has been. We'll have been able to take into consideration potential changes that we're looking at in regards to the budget going forward. So in the rest of March, March 4th is just identifies the quarterly report. So we will, schools and departments are required to report on a quarterly basis to us so that we can use that information as we take it to the audit committee, which I anticipate is on the 21st of March, in preparation to bring that information to the 22nd March board meeting. So in the meantime, we've been working on the budget, and in April, we will do a budget presentation to the admin council. With regards to what the impact of the budget is for them instructionally. And we will, on the 4th, provide them with their allocations, which is based on that allocation formula that came to the board earlier than that in March. They'll have to May 2nd to share that with their school councils to get feedback from their staff, and they will submit their school budgets on May 2nd. Then we complete the aggregate information for the board, and we bring that to the May 31st board meeting. We present the budget to the board at that time for their approval, and subsequent to the approval of the board, we then send that information into Alberta Education, which is required on May 31st. There's a lot of uncertainty with regards to our budget moving forward. We look forward to the February 24th date to understand what impact that will have on our jurisdiction, especially with regards to the bridging funding that we've received in the past, whether there is bridge funding or whether we're completely down the entire bridge funding that we've had from previous years. And so we await to see what impact that might have. In June, we have another quarterly report that's provided. So schools and departments provide their information to us to take that into consideration when we do our report to the audit committee on June 20th. And then that information is brought to the board on the 21st, which I believe is the board meeting for that month. Yep.
Sorry. When you find out that more information on February 24th, do you know if they're only going to be directing or discussing bridge funding, if there will be continued bridge funding, or will they also be speaking to additional dollars that may be given in regards to the new curriculum coming out, PD, and such?
Typically, they won't tell us any information till that date, and I anticipate that all information will come on that date. So if there's funds, I mean, they have in the past in some curriculum implementations not identified the funds at that point and have identified them at a later time. They did that with COVID, back to school COVID funding and that kind of thing. So it doesn't prevent them from announcing additional dollars, but I anticipate, given how close we are to the curriculum implementation, that they will announce something on the 24th.
And who is that meeting with? Who, like, do superintendents attend that meeting, or is it CFOs and?
So typically the province will release their budget, the minister will speak, it really depends on the minister. Sometimes they give us advance notice of what the budget means, or they announce the budget and then they have a meeting after the fact for questions in relation to the budget. So it's happened in both scenarios, I guess, but typically there's always an opportunity, and we typically will meet with the deputy minister who will provide additional information on the budget. Okay, so that takes us to the end. The budget is submitted by the May 31st, and then the interesting thing about the budget, which has been the year that we're currently in as well, is we will know what monies we're getting in the fall. There used to be a budget update that we would typically go through, and we still go through that to take into consideration what our actual enrollment, because there's some items that are funded based on actual, and that includes home education, ESL program funding. Those things they still take into account WMA, but they'll adjust that funding. But the majority of it is what we anticipate, or what they provide us in the February 24th timeframe. But we will look at the enrollment, and we'll review the enrollment as of September 30th, so that we can take into account for ourselves what that impact might mean. Because, as you know, in previous years, they indicated that the money would be clawed back, even though they gave it back to us in the current year. We anticipate there's an adjustment, and we look at the enrollment and identify what we might need to do, whether we have additional funds, or whether we might need to find a way to reduce our budget based on that information. And again, that is dictated on what our actual enrollment is based on what we projected. In October, October 14th, we have to submit a nominal roll, which will, so just for your information, First Nation students living on reserve and attending schools is determined by the number of students that attend. So they're not on a WMA system. We take into consideration the number of students we have. So if that is higher or lower than our projected enrollment, then that will impact our current year's budget. So unlike the provincial budget, which won't change, at least in the short term, our budget through our education service agreement will change based on the enrollment that attends our schools. So that's taken into account. On October 14th. We submit that information to the federal government through the Pagan Board of Education or Kainai Board of Education. As this calendar also includes our anticipated dates for our audit, the 24th, 25th, and 26th. And We also have another item on October 31st where we have students that are living off reserve, so they're considered Alberta education students attending on reserve schools. Typically, Alberta Education gives us funding for those, and through our reciprocal education service agreement, we pay the dollars to the First Nation for students that are considered provincial attending their schools. Even though they may be First Nation students, they're living off reserve and are considered Alberta education students. Finally, the 21st, it's likely that the draft financial statements, which will take into consideration our original budget, will come to the Audit Committee for review. And then on the 28th, the financial statements will be presented through the Audit Committee to the board. And they'll provide their report with regards to the audited financial statements. The audited financial statements are then submitted to Alberta Education on November 30th. Gives us a full cycle. And so we have three quarterly reports and one year-end report, if that makes sense. So November is our year-end report. So it presents the information as of the end of August. And then we have December, which takes into account our first quarter, March, which takes into account our second quarter, and June takes into account our third quarter, and we report to the Audit Committee on those dates. And the Audit Committee brings a report back to the board based on their findings. So, is there any questions in regards? I know that was a real invigorated discussion or presentation, but
Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
I'm just wondering, in lieu of our discussion around budgeting, and we've also had the presentation from the structure, and we're having another presentation from FACES. I'm wondering if the board would entertain a motion to direct Advocacy to write a follow-up letter to the Minister in regards for our hold harmless for FACES, as we are in the process for planning for the future of FACES and students and programming.
Okay, any thoughts about directing Advocacy? So that would be a motion brought out of discussion items, directing Advocacy to write a letter about holding us harmless for a follow-up letter. Sorry, has Advocacy heard back on the last letter that was sent in regards to holding harmless? No, okay. Trustee Toon?
Maybe we could do this discussion when we're in our Advocacy Committee update. That might allow Trustee Hodges to blend that, create the motion coming from that. I'm in support of definitely doing that.
Okay, that sounds great.
Yep, I can bring it forward at that time.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any further questions for Mr. Perry around the discussion item, the budget review process, just about those different dates and when we get those updates? No? Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Perry, for presenting that to us today. And of course, Mr. Perry is always here. If we have any questions, you can always email him about this. So thank you very much. So we will move on to F3, the Advocacy Committee. The Advocacy Committee will provide an update on the letter that was sent out to the Chamber of Commerce, and trustees will provide any feedback they have received. I'll turn that to you, Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. So all the letters had been sent out, and I'm hoping that everyone has been able to reach out to their local chambers and heard back from them. I reached out to my local chambers here in Fort Macleod, and they're very excited to talk about our letter at their meeting and build a potential spot for us on their agenda. So I just want to know if everybody has talked to their local chambers, or if there's something else you need more support from Advocacy. So I just would like everyone to please fill in if they've had conversation with their local chambers.
Perfect. Thank you, Trustee Hodges. So we'll just start with Trustee Stankiewicz and go across the room here, and you can give an update.
Yeah, we spoke with the Netton Chamber of Commerce. They're open to coordinate efforts in anything that we may be doing in the future. And I'm on the email list So anything that comes up, I will be aware of in it.
Thank you. Yes, I regularly attend the Claresholm Chamber meetings as a member of the board of directors there, and they're putting it on their next meeting to propose a observer position for Livingstone Range. They're really excited about potential partnerships and having the school division send somebody to be part of their board. So that would come for approval after they approved that observer position to a future meeting.
Thank you. I reached out to Pincher Creek, and they have their AGM on March 16th, and so I will be attending the March 16th AGM meeting where the letter will be discussed and a decision will be made. And then would be brought for approval.
I haven't heard back yet from them, but I will be getting in touch with them. I don't know if they're having consistent meetings every month with the Lumbrick council, what their council. I'll have to find out about that, and I'll mention it as soon as I find out what's going on.
Stavely doesn't have a chamber.
Thank you, everyone. I'm super excited for this to come forward as our chambers. I think this will be a great community initiative with Livingstone Range School Division. So then moving on into what I proposed earlier, just would like to have a discussion around the idea of advocating again to the government in direction of the hold harmless letter that we had sent earlier. It's been quite a while and we haven't heard anything back from the government. So I just would like to know, have a conversation with the board around a motion to direct advocacy to follow up on the letter to the minister in regards to our hold harmless for faces.
So Trustee Hodges, did you want to put forward a motion?
Yes, the board directs the Advocacy Committee to write a follow-up letter to the minister in regards to our hold harmless for faces. The motion can change a little bit. I just kind of quickly threw it together. And as we are in the process of planning for the future faces and how many students in programming that can happen, so
can I get someone to make that motion?
I'm making the motion.
Perfect. So Trustee Hodges will make that motion, and now we can discuss it. Is there any discussion around that? Okay. No, go ahead, Trustee Yagos.
I was just thinking, how long ago was it that we wrote that last letter? And I think you have indicated that there was no reply to it at all.
That is correct. There has been no reply, and I'm sorry, I don't know exactly how long ago it was. I'd have to look that up. Oh,
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Perry.
So I have the letter in front of me. It was November 16th, 2021, when the letter was written, and it provided quite a bit of detail with regards to the scenario and what we were asking. But to date, Nikki, my understanding is we have not received a response back from that letter, right?
Thank you, Mr. Perry. We'll go to Trustee Toon.
Thank you for that information. Thank you, Trustee Hodges, for bringing this up. I think it's important that we continue to ask questions to get those answers. It's really critical with the budgeting process coming up that it's still top of mind for the government, that this is a concern for us and can vastly affect the number of students that can benefit from this amazing program. And I think it's important too, when we do this, as always, we reach out to our MLA and let him know that we need his help in advocating for this important changes.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Go ahead, Mr. Perry, and then Trustee Yagos.
Just to comment on Brad's comments, the original letter was CC'd to Mr. Reed as well, so he would be aware of that.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Yagos.
I was just wondering if anything with if they have been doing anything with holding harmless for any groups at all with this CRP, because of the changes that have been happening. I don't know if anybody could answer that question, but it'd be interesting to just know if they've given any indication about holding harmless for any of the areas.
Thank you, Trustee Yegus. We'll give Mr. Perry just a minute too. Do you know of any situations where individual groups have gotten a hold harmless exception?
No, I mean, any inquiries, which has been quite some time now, have the indication is that they're not providing any information. So any of the jurisdictions that I know that are potentially in a bridging scenario, such as ours, have no idea what they might do as far as holding us harmless in this upcoming year. They haven't disclosed anything, and I'm not sure if the board has heard anything at their meetings, but nothing has been disclosed. It's pretty tight-lipped, and I anticipate it won't be till February 24th that we hear anything.
Thank you. Trustee Gimber, did you have anything to add to this at this time?
It's a really important cause, and I am totally in support of advocacy writing the letter.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
And Trustee Sangowitz, did you have any? You're just in agreement? Okay, thank you. I also wanted to add that the government has said and stated that they will hold us harmless, and they have made efforts to do that, but with exceptional programming and unique programming, sometimes you are harmed without the government knowing or realizing it. And that is what's happened with our FACES program. Is the government said that we would be held harmless, and due to the nature of the FACES program and the summer program, we have been harmed significantly by it. And I want to make sure that when our letters aren't responded to, they know that we will keep checking in. And so I 100% would agree that we need to send another letter, and I would recommend sending a copy of the first letter, and again, send it out, a follow-up letter to all those same people. So if everyone's comfortable, no one has any more questions, I'll let Trustee Hodges close, and then we'll call the question.
Thank you for this. I think that, again, as Trustee Poitras said, this is really important to us as a board. And so I'm glad that you feel the support for this. It just is something that in our conversations with budget today, it was just timely. And I think that regardless of whether we've heard if there's any other hold harmless, this is something that we as a board need to push for. So thank you very much. I close.
Thank you. So the motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees direct the Advocacy Committee to write a follow-up letter to the Minister in regards to our hold harmless for FACES, as we are in the process of planning the future for FACES and how many students and how many students and programming that can happen. This is moved by Trustee Hodges. All in favor? Thank you. Perfect. Okay, and that brings us to our FACES presentation. I see that we have our presenters here, so we'll welcome Joel Gamache. He's our FACES principal, and he's going to present to the Board of Trustees regarding the FACES program. We'll have you come on up, and we also see that we have Mr. Bullock as well, what is Mr. Bullock's official title in FACES? Founder, everything. So we welcome you both to please come up. Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
Just wanted to, just before we jump to the next presentation, just say that in regards to the chambers, if anybody needs any support or anything, we can have a future conversation as a board and just reach out to advocacy and if there's any direction that we need to go. So.
Thank you. Okay. With that, we will welcome both Mr. Gamache and Mr. Bullock. And we'll ask trustees if you can just hold your questions till the end and write down any questions you have so they can get through their presentation. Thank you. Yeah, sorry for our recording purposes and having Trustee Long joining us. We have to use the mics for everything, so.
Yes, no, absolutely. Thank you, everyone, for having me in. Joel Gamache, FACES principal. Sound is going okay? Can you hear me now? Good. Is it all right? Wonderful, thank you. We're very excited to start up a new year and to have the support of the board and continuing our programming. I have Rick here to fill in as needed as well. The first part that we're most excited about is our new website that we've just launched that houses all the information that I'll give you today. Nikki, if you slide over, that'd be wonderful. It looks like such as our opening page, and kind of revamped a little bit of our logo, more in tune and alignment with our curriculum and our philosophy, and making the information for faces for the parents and so on to be a little more seamless. So we've got that in place, and continuing with our registration and the process, but we'll maybe begin with a bit of a summary from last year. So last year we had 12 sessions that went with a totaling of 432 students, 10 credits each, which was a huge success. This was a 2-day program as a response to pandemic requirements. And so we are very excited that this summer we're planning to offer a 1-week session and of 14 sessions, so an increase of 2 sessions, and that would total 560 exactly, right? 560 students for first year students returning. That's 9 sessions, and then 5 sessions of second year students. So for the first time, we have students who are returning with the intention of coming back for particular curricular programming rather than as a student leader. So this is a change in our curriculum and a change in our pedagogy, which is forward moving and will anchor the learning for our students that much better. So we're very excited for that, and Alberta Education approving our curriculums, it seems that they're on big support with us as well. Last year, there was many blessings in disguise with a COVID response to programming. Things like honing our practice, getting to use our new site that we're very excited about, and then some of the optics as responding to week 1, as opposed to our traditional 2-week sessions. And Rick, I'll maybe leave it to you to add some more.
Sure.
If you go back.
If you want to just go back, I have to push my button. It's good to be here. Thank you for having us, and we're so pleased to be able to partner with Livingstone Range School Division in presenting our FACES program. In light of this honing our process, we came into a situation that was difficult last year where we didn't know whether we were going to be 6 days or no days or 2 days, if it was all going to be online, that sort of thing. And so we were really happy with the fact that we got to do our 2 days out on site. And so because we had only 2 days, we really ramped up our process in terms of making every minute be very, very impacting and intentional in our learning. We learned a lot. We learned that we could get further than we even knew we could. And so with that, honing our process as we look forward to 6 days this coming summer, we're confident that we can have a really great impact. The site was wonderful especially in terms of parents being able to drop off kids. Access is amazing, and our proximity to our venues is wonderful, and so we continue to be excited about that and for the future of that. Optics of a 1-week session. I think that it's kind of interesting as we look back on it. We thought, I think we had people who even last year were saying, well, isn't it 2 weeks? Well, how come it's not 2 weeks anymore? And so as we went from 2 weeks to 2 days, there was a lot of I think that parents and students weren't confident that they would get a FACES experience, and yet they did. But now as we go from 2 days to 6 days, I think it'd been difficult for them to have the enthusiasm of going from 2 weeks to 6 days. I mean, from 12 days to 6 days. But now that we've gone from 12 days to 2 and now back to 6, everyone's really excited. So maybe that's a blessing in disguise. So yeah, if you want to go to that next slide for us. You're probably aware that we have 2 new curriculum strands that have been approved by Alberta Learning. These 2 new strands are 3-year pieces, and so while we've always been about discovering personal value and developing our personal integrity, these 2 core strands have responded to certainly current needs for students, things that are different in our curriculum, things like dealing specifically with anxiety, to talk a little bit about shame and the antidote of shame, which is vulnerability, to talk about media and how we that can actually create disconnect in our lives rather than connect, and so how to use that for good. These are things that we're adding to curriculum over 3 years that we're really excited about. So those are 2 different brand new courses that have been tweaked, and so we're ready to go forward with those 2 core strands. So for those of you who are perhaps not quite aware of what we're doing, we have a 3-year program. Our first year is called the Faces Challenge, and so in our Developing Integrity 15 and Discovering Personal Value 15, we still have a personal adventure component. The Wilderness Adventure is geared around the activities that are risk-based, risk activities. Again, perceived risk. They're very safe, but they feel that risk, and they're able to learn from the risks that they are able to deal with. So rock climbing, rappelling, lake canoeing, night backpacking trip, 1 day instead of a 3-day or a 2-night, 3-day as we've had in the past. So it's compact, but we're putting all of that in that first year. In the second year, if you want to go to the next slide, this is a complete out experience. So there's 6 days backpacking. This is quite a unique experience for students. We're so excited about this particular thing, and the learning is going to be on the trail. And so there's great terrain, incredible views and mountain passes, and so being able to continue that learning is expressed by the journey and the journey of their lives. And so then our third year, which will not happen this year, but will go into effect next year, is the service part. So this kind of mimics, in some extent, what used to be student leadership or the student leader program. But rather than have them just kind of help out, they have their own curricular outcomes that we are helping them to achieve. And so through service and helping kids either in the Faces Challenge or Faces Journey, they will have another unique experience and anchor all of that learning over 3 years. And so I hope you see as we are excited that they will have a more lasting experience, something that really will impact their entire lives. And so that kind of gives you an overall picture of that, and I think I'm going to turn it back to Joel.
Thank you, Rick. One of the most exciting parts about our new platform for Faces is how closely it anchors with place-based pedagogy. It always has, but now it's at the forefront, and with our division putting place-based learning as a priority, seeing that recurring year after year after year with the students being able to articulate that and to revisit the curriculum at the same time is going to be leaps and bounds ahead of what's happening elsewhere. And so I'm very, very, very excited about that. For registration, it's going to look at 2 parts, essentially. We're in the beta testing phase right now of a new registration platform through the school division. And so we're excited to use the tools that align with what's being used already in our schools. We're going to look at late February to start running our second-year students through registration. And so that's coming up. We've got some good tests in place already. And then towards the end of March, looking to start registering our first-year students. After that, we'll begin the session choosing for the summer, so then people can start planning their summers and so on. And it seems a little odd to start planning your summer in March and leading up to it, but for those of us who are planners, I've been receiving many of those questions already. So we're very excited to be on a good track and on a good path. It's looking very, very optimistic. Please. With that, that's a bit of a summary as to what this year looks like and a bit from last year. I have also here a report from last year, just our successes and a little more for your own reading pleasure. I'll pass those out just after. So I wanted to also leave some time for questions, so please do.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you guys coming here and sharing this with us. Trustee Hodges, we'll go to you first.
First, I have a comment, and then I have a question. I love the new way that you guys, the direction you have headed with this 3-year. It's not the one and done anymore. You know, kids, they come out of phases, and when you were first doing it, like all of my kids have been through it, and they come out of it energized, ready to go, and they start the process of doing what they learned, but then slowly it goes away. And so I really feel the direction that FACES is going is that just really knocks it into their heads that this is something that they can use as a lifestyle change and to help them, because we all know that so much of the mental, everything that's been going on with kids has just really been hard on them. And so I think this is just such a great way for kids to come out of this on top. So I really appreciate the direction that FACES is headed. One of my questions, though, is I saw in there that in March you're going to be doing the registration for first years. And so it said Livingstone Range students. Are you still opening this up to outside registrations too?
Yes, we are. But as we've always done, we make sure that Livingstone Range students have first crack at registration so that every Livingstone Range student who wants to sign up for FACES gets that opportunity rather than a competition for spots with the whole province.
Thanks, Trustee Hodges. We're going to go to Trustee Yagos, and then we'll go to Trustee Long, and then Trustee Kinker.
Once again, thank you very much. I had a niece who went last year for the two days, and I was wondering, as a result of that, is that why one of the reasons you're going into the second phase, which is, I think it's a great idea. And I got a 3-part question here, I guess. I'll quit talking into this. Is it going to be sequential? Do they have to do, and the ages, is it still going to start in grade 9 and then go 10 and 11? And is it going to be sequential in terms of, do they have to do the first part to do the second or the third?
They will certainly have to have the first year in order to do the second and third. However, they're not locked in to all 3 years. So certainly the first year can stand on its own, but it's designed such that the 3-year experience would be so impacting for them. I don't know if I've answered your question, but they would have the first year first. But by the same token, let's say that a student didn't go last year, they could go into year 1 in grade 10 versus after grade 9. But they would still do first year first, and then second if they so choose, and third if they so choose.
So, yeah, so just for clarity, kind of, I had a similar question. So it is kind of like not the same, but like a 10, 20, 30, like you do need to have that year 1. And Clara had mentioned there was some age, in the past there was age restrictions, you had to be in grade 9. If we had a student move into our division in grade 11 and they were like, I got to do this, and they wanted to do, in grade 11 wanted to be a year 1 student, is that a possibility now? Any grade can do any year? Well, obviously the earliest would be grade 9 at year 1, and then.
Yeah, great question. The answer is yes. With responding to the needs that we're seeing throughout the division and throughout the province for that matter. These courses are a cyclical course, 15, 25, 35, but they're not age prerequisites. No different than any option that we offer in a high school. For example, construction. If a grade 12 student comes to a construction class for the first time, they have the beginning courses in the 15 level that they have to obtain, but then they can work their way through. And so this makes it a little more accessible for our students. And because at times we've all have seen children who maybe aren't ready for an experience like this at the end of grade 9, but they are at the end of grade 10. And so if we can offer that to them when they're more available for the learning, I think that's so much more impactful.
Perfect. Thank you. So we'll go to Trustee Long now, who's joining us. Can you guys see him out there? There you go. Virtually.
Yeah, I have two questions, and they're related to what has previously been discussed. Is the reason, and I'm just thinking of one instance. So as Trustee Poitras said, we have a student that is in grade 11, and they want to do phase 2. They want to do the 6-day backpacking, and they can. Is the reason that you would want them to do phase 1? Has that got anything to do with liabilities, or? I mean, they might say that they've had all sorts of outdoor experience, but I don't know how they'd prove it. So is that a liability issue that you wouldn't let them go right into phase 2?
No, it's not a liability, but it is a progressive learning piece. The liability, perhaps if you really wanted to look at liability, is probably greater in your first year with rappelling and climbing, canoeing, than it is in a backpacking situation. But certainly the progression of the outcomes from year 1 to year 2 is significant. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it was I mean, it's likely not to happen, but you might have a grade 11 student move here, and that's their last opportunity, and they want to do the backpacking, and they're claiming they have all sorts of outdoor experience already. But I'll move on to my second question. So have you chosen a place to do the backpacking week?
We are currently working with that. We have a, I would say, an approved piece, which is on the South Castle up through Boven Lake and out that way on that South Castle corridor. We also have another that we're looking at really strongly we'd like to do, but we have not vetted it yet. And so we will obviously hike all of those possible trips prior to taking the kids on them. So we have an idea. I think we're holding it a little bit close to our chest at this point, but we do have a really exciting trip that we hope we can make happen. And so we'll know that probably not until May, but we certainly have this other venue and itinerary that's already something we've done in the past.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks, Trustee Long. We'll go to Trustee Gimber.
Thank you. Sounds very exciting. Lots of fun. I have two questions. The first is, so you mentioned who the program is open to. My question is, what is in place to ensure that the opportunity is made available and accessible to all students of LRSD?
Thank you. Great question. I think the most important thing to advertise to our students is that they get a bit of an early registration within LRSD, that they can choose those spots first. And then from there, we move into opening it throughout the province. So that assures a little bit more eligibility for LRSD students. And so if they're offering out their inquiries, then they can be placed on that list 2 weeks in advance.
Okay, kind of a follow-up then with regards to costs is more where I'm thinking. So what are the operating costs to run one of these programs? How is it funded? And then how are any additional expenses paid?
Yeah, very good question. The cost for the program this year is $250. And when we break out the costs, the $250 really covers the food costs for the 6 days. Other costs come through our credit funding model. And I think Mr. Perry would be able to speak to that a little bit better than I. However, that is a major component of the funding is the credits, and then the 250 covers from there. We do have a process in place where if it's 250, it's not necessarily accessible, because we do have students who fall into that category. We have them reach out to us, and we're committed to working for a way to make that happen, for them to be involved in the program. I don't know, Rick, maybe you might want to add anything to that?
I think that's, yeah, we're committed to making sure that cost does not limit Livingston Range students from attending.
Yeah. Also, you guys visit every school, right? Every school in Livingston, and
Yes.
make sure that everyone knows about the program and what it looks like, and that this opportunity is out there for everyone is one other thing that they do.
Yes, we're just about in the phase of setting up those presentations in all of our schools in the Livingston Range School Division, and so yeah, we go in and talk to the kids and make sure that they understand what it is, and yet we do also need to get information out to parents in many different ways, because sometimes parents, we always have this anecdotal sort of, we ask kids, why are you at FACES? And their number one answer is always, my mother made me. And so parents need to know because they want their kids there.
Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
Thank you. And then just further on the accessibility. So I'm thinking maybe a child that's in a wheelchair, is there ways for them to join the FACES program as well?
So some of our activities that we have are not necessarily as accessible as we'd hope, but that is something that I'd love to work on and develop is a bit more of an accessible type programming. However, the credits are not based specifically on those activities, and so it's more on the curricular component. And being able to deliver that curriculum can be done in a classroom. It can be anchored in different ways, and through the metaphors that we use. We use the metaphor of climbing, rappelling, hiking, other struggles to help with delivering this curriculum. That can be done in a number of different ways. We know that it's exciting for students to engage in it through this process, but it is certainly something we've considered responding to after a pandemic year. It hasn't been something that we've been able to prioritize at this time, but it is something that is important to me, that we make it more accessible for those who are maybe not as able. And because we see that students coming in and like mentioned before in grade 11 with ample outdoor experience. However, it's not necessarily the outdoor experience that drives the learning through this program. The curriculum that we are looking at is the integrity and the personal value, and that can be done through many different ways. It doesn't have to be based on outdoor experience. I actually find that the students who anchor into that personal value learning better are the ones who attend with very little experience to build a way, to show their vulnerability. I find that students who have a lot of experience, who are comfortable in a bit of those uncomfortable situations, tend to develop a little bit slower with that vulnerability to say, well, maybe I do need to work on something, because they're coming in with the belief that I have it all already. So it's a little harder to get to it. But I think to answer your question, it is something that is a passion of mine to make it accessible. We don't have programming designed for that yet.
Thank you so much. Yep, and we'll go to Trustee Toon.
Thank you. Appreciate you both being here and all you do for this amazing program.
I was on the website last week and it looks phenomenal. It was so easy to navigate and such great information and pictures there. It's wonderful. I'm sure, like a lot of the other trustees, hearing the feedback we get from our community members on this great program is one of the highlights of being a trustee, and hearing how integral it is to our school community, and right from our MLAs and MPs that have visited the program and seen with their own personal lives the impact it has on our kids, that the work you do for this is just great. My question is, has there been a change year over year on the percentage of Livingston Range students attending? Just my own question, with COVID, maybe we had a little more homegrown students with some of the restrictions that are going on, but just on a traditional year, has there been a change in the number of our own students that have attended?
I think that's an interesting question. Appreciate the question. We found that as we opened it up to outside students over the years outside of Livingston Range, that we ended up with about 100 to 120 students that came from Livingston Range, and that's stayed pretty close to what we get. And so the percentage has changed, but we seem to get about the same number of Livingston Range students. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, no, definitely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We know that so many kids love year one and want to come back, and that's never been an option before. Now that there is a 3-year program, will that negate the need for students who want to come back as like the camera crew and stuff? Will there still be students who come back and do that? Or will a second year look like 6-day backpacking, and that's now the option?
It is a little different. Certainly we have our second year people coming and having their own unique experience. The third year, which is a service-built year, has them come back and join with the first years or the second years in helping those students have the experience that they want. So it's similar to a student leader experience, except for our curriculum is guiding their experience so much more intentionally. And so we're really excited. Our student leaders have always had a wonderful experience, but I think they'll have a much better experience, especially having had 2 years prior.
Thank you very much.
Could I add to that? Sorry.
Yes, you
Apologies
can.
to.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to buzz you.
That's okay. I think that in the past, when we had a student returning as perhaps a camera crew or what have you, the credits that they were achieving were based around that curriculum of being someone in photography or being someone in graphic design and so on, which is not saying that they don't get value out of it, because it certainly has value. However, having them aligned with the curricular components that we are delivering and having that FACES 35, or sorry, personal integrity value 35, then is yet another stepping stone for the students to model that curriculum rather than focusing on separate curriculum alongside. So it really anchors that first year, second year, third year, and then that mentorship. Students we know learn better from someone within 10 years of their age. And so having yet another student there to deliver that same curriculum does world of difference to some of those first year, second year students who just need a peer to bounce things off of or to be comfortable with.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So we'll go to Trustee Hodges. Oh,
I think I didn't answer all of your question.
Okay.
I'm sorry. We are not having students come back as camera crew. They may help out as student leaders in helping someone who has been hired to be a videographer of that particular session to work on that video. But we are contracting out that particular service because it's important, making sure that our student leaders get the best experience possible, which may not be a camera crew experience.
I just wanted to go back to Trustee Long's comment about, the backpacking part of it. Even though that's an important piece and you do the kayaking and everything like that, I think that that's only just a tool in their belt to help build their personal value and their personal integrity. Because I feel that that's the most important pieces of FACES. And so even though that they have these opportunities, I feel that it's just building on that. It's not just the main component of FACES. So
Thank you. So we'll just go to Trustee Yagos, and then I think we could ask questions all day. I have 3 more questions, but I think we've got Tara Tanner here waiting for her. So we'll go to Trustee Yagos and then try and curb our enthusiasm a little bit.
Yeah, the backpacking one was a really interesting one, and I guess this is sort of a question that is maybe a little more frivolous, but I'm going to ask you, given the increase in the incidences of wildlife like bears and cougars in this whole castle area and that whole area. Now, how long do you spend in talking to the students about safety around bears and cougars too, because that has really increased in our area?
Thank you. Yeah, wonderful question. I don't know if I could say particularly how long we spend talking about hazard, but it is ongoing and recurring. There isn't a day where we go by speaking about hazard and assessing that and risk assessment with our students along the way. All too often I find that, and speaking as a shops teacher as well, is that the perception placed occasionally is that the adult is responsible for keeping the kids safe. Well, that is true. However, the most effective way is when they can help be responsible for what are those things that they're needing to be safe in, and to assess that risk ongoing. And so, yeah, the population density of cougars in the south has increased. That's something I've been monitoring. However, I think that we can respond to it. We do train them on bear safety, as well as our staff are very knowledgeable in that. We have protocols and policies in place that have students not moving around by themselves. Bear encounters are very few and far between groups of larger than 4. And so we have our students moving in groups and pods of 4. Dusk, morning, those times where we're having higher encounter rates, then we tend to have designed our programming to respond to that. So then we're not necessarily putting those students in that higher hazard. Does that help answer your question?
Yes, it does. As I said, I'm sure you're aware of the higher incidences or the higher populations of both of these, but thank you. That was a great answer, and you sound very passionate about it, which is great too.
Our greatest strategy is 40 kids making noise.
So thank you guys both for making the time to come and present to us today. There's been a lot of positive talk around FACES, the FACES program and what it was originally and became, and seeing it continue to grow and evolve is such a wonderful thing. We're always all looking for highlights of good things that came out of COVID. And so it's excellent to hear that, you know, based on some of the COVID experience, this program is growing and developing in such wonderful ways. So we look forward to seeing this plan come to life this year, and then with your first third year next year. And I think you'll be seeing us at your camp this year, seeing not to attend, we're still not allowed to attend, but to see what some of those kids have gone through. So thank you both for coming. Thank you for your passion and dedication to the students, and we appreciate you both being here. Thank you.
If I could just say one thing, I need to express our appreciation from FACES for the school board and central office staff. I hope you understand how unique our relationship is. I am not aware of any relationship like this anywhere, where we connect together and provide for kids such significant learning. It is unique, and I thank you for being involved with us.
Thank you also. It's a relationship we're proud of, and FACES is anytime there's awards or something to be highlighted or featured, It's always faces. So thank you, guys.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a passion of mine, so please, if you have questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. Student development in this way, particularly self-concept, is a big conversation, and so please reach out.
Thank you. Okay, so we have Tara Tanner here with us also, who's been patiently waiting and enjoying another presentation as well. So Tara, we're so grateful to have you here. Tara Tanner is our division principal with a presentation to the Board of Trustees regarding our LRSD pursuits. So we will turn it over to her to do her pursuits presentation. And again, if we can hold our questions until the end, that would be great. Thank you so much for waiting, Tara, and welcome.
Thanks, everyone. I enjoyed the FACES presentation as well. It's always great to hear what other people are doing. So I'm here today to share with you a little bit about our Pursuits program and how we are working together for every student every day. So one of the things that we did as part of our Pursuits program, and particularly our virtual school program, is we worked towards creating our mission and vision for our virtual school program. And so we spent all of last year kind of gathering data and talking a lot about kind of what we wanted to have as our mission. And so in September of this year, we finalized it, and I thought it would be great to share it with you today. And so basically it just says, together as a community of students, families, and teachers, we provide a flexible, safe, and supportive digital and experiential learning hub for all students. And our vision that we've had since the beginning of Pursuits last year was no limits. And I think we've really been working hard to kind of embody the whole no limits vision. As a virtual school, just this year, we have moved to a grade 8 to 12 model, with Granham School taking on the grade 1 to 7 students as a part of their programming. We this year are operating our Crossroads campus and our gateway schools, and have really enjoyed having those in-person learners access our virtual school content through our teachers that are there to work and support them on the ground. We've kind of embodied a model where we want to have a virtual school presence in each of our schools. So currently we have one teacher assigned a half-time to JT Foster and then half-time to Willow Creek Comp on alternating days. Another teacher is assigned to the Crow's Consolidated School and Livingstone School on a half-time basis. And then, of course, we have our outreaches in Pincher Creek and Fort Macleod to give that virtual school presence. This has really enabled our teachers in these schools to fulfill the outreach type teacher role for those schools that don't have a community outreach building. We've also been working with each of the high schools to have them offer one virtual school course, at least for us. And so there's a listing of them there on the presentation. Of course, our long-term goal is to be completely self-sustaining, but it's been really great to have those other teachers be willing to offer these one-off courses to kind of complement our programming at the virtual school. So kind of some things that we found as a result of our model is that teachers have really been able to provide timely feedback and in-person support to students needing assistance with the virtual school. There's always somebody available in each community to be able to be that point of contact person to support kids if they're getting stuck or they need to get a hold of another teacher. Also, it's really enabled us to monitor student progress really closely and have really quick communication with parents when we notice that students are falling behind. Our numbers, this was just as of last week, things have been continually ebbing and flowing over the last few days just with new student enrollments for semester 2. But as of the 3rd, we had 131 full-time students. So as of into September, we had 89, an additional 42 came online kind of throughout to the end of the semester 2 beginning with us. And so we have 131 right now. About 20 of those are from out of our division. Part-time students, so these would be students that are full-time learners in an LRSD school, but maybe like my son, for example, is taking Math 31 right now. So his school doesn't offer Math 31, so he's taking it through the virtual school. So those one-off type students, there's about 225 of them in grades 10 to 12. So you can see we are offering a really valuable support to all of our LRSD high schools, being able to kind of fill those gaps where maybe the high school isn't able to necessarily do that in a smaller school environment. Staffing wise, we have 5 teachers, we have a principal, 2 EAs, and 1 part-time admin assistant right now. So I just started to think about some of the things I've been hearing as I go throughout the different schools in the division. And we've got a lot of feedback from high school administrators who've been really, really thankful to us because, like I said before, we're able to fill in some of those gaps for schools where maybe they were finding it difficult to do before. But a lot of parents that have really commended us for the support we gave their kids. I even had one mom stop me at the local gym in Pincher Creek, and with tears in her eyes, she just wanted me to know how grateful she was for the virtual school teachers and how supportive they were of her child who was struggling with some mental health stuff and how accommodating they were. And it was really, really neat to see this kid completely turn around and get all of his credits for semester 1 when he hadn't in the last 2 years. Another really positive thing I think we've seen is some cultural shifts that have started happening, particularly at our Crossroads School, by being able to have full-time staff there that have been able to build a positive school culture and a sense of belonging with some of these students who have had limited success in completing credits. There's a real sense of belonging and care there now, which is really cool. Lastly, for one of our virtual school, there's some quotes from parents. So we did a parent survey from out of division parents kind of earlier in the semester, and these were some of their comments to us. We fit their needs. They had success from a family member and wanted to join us. They like how organized we are, and they really liked how the teachers were involved and available to help kids. So I think it's just some great testament to the work that the staff is doing to support kids, every student, every day. What's on the horizon for us virtual school-wise? We have 13 potential graduates, so we're pretty excited about that. Right now, we have a survey out to all of our grade 12s to see who would be interested in, these are full-time kids, who would be interested in having our first ever virtual school graduation at the beginning of June. So, sorry, I'm just at CCHS, so I get all the announcements in here. So our plan is to have a graduation ceremony and supper at GR Davis for those that are interested. We have a parent-student survey that we've prepared, and that will go at the beginning of March. We just want to get some feedback from them on the work that we're doing at the virtual school and our outreaches to see how we can improve and make things even better for them. Semester 2, we changed a little bit of how we're working with our part-time students. So we've now assigned each part-time student. So for example, if a student is taking Chem 30 through us at Willow Creek Comp, they will be assigned an attendance block where they will go and check in with the teacher that is on site. So this teacher is responsible for monitoring their progress, to kind of tracking how things are going, maybe tracking things with the virtual school teacher who may not be in the school. And we just want to tighten up on that a little bit just to make sure that these part-time students are getting proper support so that we can help to ensure their success in their course. And like I said before, our long-term goal is to become completely self-sustaining. Next piece I'm just going to give you a quick update on was home education. So we have about 70 students this year, part of our home ed program. This year we have 3 home ed art programs in Fort Macleod, Pincher Creek, and Claresholm, being taught by Deandra Franson and Erin Poitras. And so we have about 22 students from our program enrolled in that as well. We have paid subscriptions that we offered for RAS Kids, IXL, and Athletics. And we've had a lot of kids really interested this year in integrating into the programming in their home communities. So several kids are doing the One Book 5 Schools project in the West End. A lot of kids are taking junior high option classes at Willow Creek Comp. We've got many kids taking opportunities to be on sports teams in our local communities as well, which I think is really great. One thing I just want to note, we do have several families that have indicated that they will be returning back to their home school. They've loved their experience as home educators, but it was primarily because of COVID. And so we will be anticipating them to return back to their local LRSD school next year. Summer school would be our next piece. So we are going to continue with summer school again this year. Last year was our first time that we offered it. We had 65 students participate, and we had students, primarily LRSD students, but there were some out of jurisdiction students that enrolled as well. This was made possible through our virtual school content and our Hapara learning platform, which we plan to continue to use again this year. Once again, students who would like that in-person experience will have the opportunity to come into Crossroads if they want to meet with their teachers on a one-on-one, face-to-face basis. Greg Freer was the principal last year and really wants to see it through again, which we're super excited about. So he is going to once again serve as the summer school principal. Courses that we're offering are very similar to last year. The only difference is we've just trimmed back our option classes a little bit, just to enable the teachers to be able to this is only 3 teachers, so we wanted to be able to make it a manageable amount of content for them to offer. So we will offer a media studies bundle, some tourism, world religions, and special projects as well. On the horizon for summer school, so we are working right now on the promotional piece. So administrators were emailed their package last week, and registration opens on March 1st. Greg and I have offered to come into any school that would like us to do a little bit of a promotional piece around summer school. We've tightened up our registration procedures a little bit. We are asking all high school administrators to sign off on registration forms. Just given the really compressed timeline of summer school, we found it's really, really important to make sure students understand that summer school will need to be their priority for the month of July. Students cover about 1 week of content in a day, and so they need to make that a priority. A lot of kids last year we found had summer jobs, some were attending summer camps at the time. And so it became really difficult for some kids to be able to accomplish their end goal of completing their course. So we're hoping by having administrators be able to have that one-on-one discussion with the kid, that they'll be able to kind of relay some of that information to them as well. And then we need to hire, of course, for staffing, hire 2 full-time teachers, and plus we have Greg as our admin. And the last piece I just was going to update you about was our pre-employment place-based programming. So I just wanted to let you know a little bit about what we've done kind of so far this year. So to date, we have offered a variety of different programs. These have all been offered to students. They can sign up as an individual and then come to the location of the course and take it. So our first one was WMIS, which we offered in October at GR Davis. This was offered free to students, thanks to Laura Stalker, who is a WMIS trainer and was able to provide this certification to our students. It's interesting, we are going to offer a second WMIS here in March just for colony students. And so I'm really excited to be able to bring in our colony students to the board office to be able to get their WMIS certification as well. First aid was offered in November at GR Davis, and so we had several students take part in that, as well as a couple of our virtual school outreach teachers were able to receive their certifications side by side. In late November, December, through Past Powder Keg, we offered a ski instructor level 1 training course. And it was so amazing to see support from different community partners. We received some grants from Ever Active Schools, from the Alberta Ski Association and the Can West Ski Association. And so students were able to receive the training at less than half the cost of what it normally would. One student even actually received some free ski equipment. He signed up for the ski instructor course, but didn't have his own equipment, and Ever Active Schools was able to, through a kind of a ski swap bank in Calgary, get this child some free ski equipment. We have also been offering free snowshoeing for classes. So this was offered through our partner, Ever Active Schools again. We know that we've had 4 LRSD high schools so far participate in this program. And then last weekend, we just finished our avalanche safety training course. So that was offered here out at our Crow's Nest Pass Learning Center. And we were able to receive 10 free student registrations through the Crow Snow Riders and the Canadian Avalanche Association. So students, there were 16 students that participated. They were able to receive a very subsidized rate for their training course. Kind of to round out the year, we had some construction safety systems training planned. So that'll be online in March. It will be a free course to students. We have safe food handling coming up in March, and then a plant ID course that'll be offered at the Learning Center through one of our partners, Uplift Adventures. And as we know, we've hired our 2 place-based supervisors who will be kind of moving forward with this type of programming, taking that whole place-based piece to a whole new level. And so I am really, really excited to see the work that they will be doing as well. All right, anyone have any questions?
Thank you so much for your presentation, Tara. It was wonderful. Lots of great information and exciting stuff going on. Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
I have a question and just a comment. My question is, I saw in there we had 20 outside students from Livingston Range, and you talked about students going back to in-person learning. I just wonder, because you also talked about it being sustainable, this program too, and so if we find we're not getting enough students within Livingston Range, do we advertise outside of Livingston Range, or did these students just happen to hear about it and came in? And so I guess I'm just wondering, if we're not having enough, then do we go outside of Livingston Range to make this a sustainable program?
Yeah, so I honestly don't fear it not being sustainable. Most of our full-time students, of those 131, are not taking our programming because of COVID. Most of them are taking it through choice. And so there's various reasons. Mental health, there's a lot of families that this just works better for their children. As far as advertising goes, we are available through the Alberta Ed database. That's where a lot of people phone me from. They research on Alberta education, they see our program, they call. We do have a Facebook page that we also keep up to date. We have our website, and so a lot of families I found too will just start Google searching different divisions to see what programs that they have. It's just, you have to be careful with advertising outside Division 2, because you don't want to step on other divisions' toes. So we're trying to be sensitive to that, but also want to promote the great things that we're doing here, right? So it's kind of that fine line. And then for the home education families that are going back to in-person next year, these are primarily, it's primarily in one area, the Pincher Creek area. So there is 3 families that I know of that are planning on returning back to Canyon School in Halton next year.
Thank you. I just have a quick comment to make too. I think we have learned that kids don't all learn the same way, and so I just feel that this pursuit just offers them that opportunity to set them up for success. So I love that we can offer them chemistry in a semester that they normally can get it, and so I love that this just opens a door for all kids.
Thank you. We'll go to Trustee Long.
Yeah, Tara, I just want to also pass on those sentiments. What a wonderful feel-good report during a time that hasn't been so wonderful. That's excellent. And I want to congratulate you on your dedication and your success. It's incredible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It takes a great team to make it happen, and there's a great team working behind the scenes as well.
Thank you. We'll go to Trustee Yagos.
Yeah, I would like to echo what has been said by the other 2 trustees. I think it's really great, and including all the extra courses that are being offered. It looks like you're going out there and trying to find courses that could be from within the community and people that could support them, which is really, really impressive. I also want to make a comment about the summer school. I really feel that this is a really important area. I had a relative who took it last year, and she did very well, really enjoyed it. And I know it's not for everybody, but it's a way for students to be able to pursue, courses so they can get through their high school a little faster, or to catch up on them. So I think it's really great. So thank you very much for your wonderful work.
Thanks, Trustee Yagos. We'll go to Trustee Gimber.
Thank you. Earlier today, we had a presentation from Mr. Perry about enrollment projection numbers for next year, and it included virtual school for grades 1 through 9. In your presentation, I'm only seeing high school courses. Can you comment on that, please?
So Granham School is responsible for grade 1 to 7 students, and then I run the grade 8 to 12 program. So any projection numbers that I gave him would have been for grade 8 to 12 only, and then Nick Beer from Granham School would be able to provide the grade 1 to 7 numbers.
So how do parents or students learn of the virtual programming that's available in those younger grades?
So that would again be through Nick. So he runs it as a separate program. I'm assuming it would be available through their website that they would learn. And then also if people phone the division office, I often will take those calls, and then we'll either provide Nick their name and information or vice versa.
Thank you very much. Trustee Toon?
Thank you. I appreciate you presenting. I love the breadth of programming and to see all the passion that you have for helping kids in all these amazing areas. My question is, do you know offhand what the completion rate was last year for our summer school program?
So last year was a complete moving target because we had open in and outs with 4 to 5 times a year. So that is actually, Trustee Toon, that's actually on my agenda, on my to-do list, is to, at the end of this June, be able to provide some accurate numbers, because we've only had the 2 intake times other than special circumstances. So I will get you that data for sure, because it's certainly of interest to me, knowing that often virtual schools do have a lower completion rate just for the nature of the program. But I would really like to see how our model with having more human to human contact and people in schools makes a difference when compared to a traditional like Alberta Distance Learning Center model, for example.
Thank you, Tara. I'm just curious if you have a school council.
Yeah, we do not at this point in time. That was something that we've talked about, but we have such a transient population that I've been thinking about how to make that a sustainable piece. And so, yeah, I don't. Most of our kids are one-off kids, but that certainly is something that I would really be interested in pursuing in the future, for sure.
Thank you so much. I love hearing that it's on your radar, and I can
is,
only
yeah.
imagine how difficult it is, right, with you know, students coming and going. So do you have any further questions or comments? Trustee Gimber?
There's a lot of excellent programming I see here down in the south part of the province in the Crow's Nest Pass. Can you just, what opportunities are available for the students in LRSD that are further north?
Yeah, it's a really great question, and one that we've been talking a lot about. So the snowshoeing program in particular, I know that JT Foster, for example, took advantage of that. The trailer of snowshoes comes right to the school. They're able to partake in that. Any of the pre-employment certification programs we offered out of GR Davis, so that they are accessible to all students, kind of traveling equal distance to get them. The only ones that we've offered kind of in the Crow's Nest Pass exclusively at this point were the Pass Powder Keg one, just because the ski hill's there, and then the avalanche safety training one, again, because they needed a certain terrain level to be able to get the certification. So we did do day 1 in the pass, and then day 2 was at Castle Mountain because they had the terrain that was available. But it was great because there were some kids from JT Foster that participated in that as well. But I know with the place-based programming and the supervisors that have been hired, we've already started talking about how to make sure we provide that equitable access across the division, because it is a long drive from Nanton down to the Learning Center. And so we have to look about how to take that Learning Center to them as well.
Thank you. Tara, I just want to thank you on behalf of the board for coming here, for your dedication and your continued work. We appreciate you always bringing us update information and providing information later that you might not have right now. But we see the good work that you're doing, and we hear it from the parents who are involved in this schooling and with you, and we appreciate you and your team very much. So thank you for making it a priority to be here today, and we look forward to hearing more good things in the future.
Thank you. Have a good one, everyone.
Okay, thank you. So we're just going to move on to F6, professional learning, which was pulled out by Trustee Gimber. We're just going to give Nikki a second to pull up. Oh, sorry. Professional learning was brought by Trustee Yegus. Sorry. And so I'll just turn it to you, Trustee Yegus.
Yes, we're now calling our professional learning committee rather than PD, so that'll be separate. Anyhow, we had a meeting a couple weeks ago and wanted to get some ideas from the board and just to present something to you. And I pulled this out so that we can point out some of the areas. There are a lot of things that we could do, and we just sort of brainstormed, but one of the things that really came up was perhaps having a book study. And we do have a book, Fullen's book. We have discussed parts of it already with our PD that happened on last Tuesday. And maybe we were wondering if the board would be would like to go ahead and look at the rest of the book, or look at this book, and we could look at a way to put something together, a structure together, and a process so that we could do the chapters of it. There are a lot of other things we've talked about, and we really would like some options from the trustees on this, either now or at a committee of the whole in the future. And one of them was doing the blanket exercise. I know we have done those in the past, but I think there are some people who maybe the new trustees have not had access to this, or it's always a great one to look at in terms of for the Indigenous part of it. Some other area that we might be able to look at is looking at a session on parliamentary procedures. I know it might be a little more difficult to find somebody on that, but I think for everybody, we could always use a review of it. The other one is maybe looking at the speed of trust and the 7 habits. We got people who can work on that, so that might be another area that we can do. And maybe later on do curriculum. One of the other areas that we talked about was that how are we going to be able to share these professional learning sessions that we have taken? Some of these, when we take them all, it's fine because we all have it. But there are some times when we do go to sessions and we take separate sessions, that would be really great that if we could share them with everybody and have a way. And I think we have talked about this in the past, and somehow it really hasn't come to fruit in terms of what we've been able to do. We do have Google Docs that we could add on and do things. And so this would be something we'd like the board to think about in terms of doing. If we're going to do the book study, I think we're going to have to look at starting that fairly soon and doing this during our meeting of the whole sometimes. Maybe take a half an hour or something out of each time we have a meeting of the whole. I am going to leave this up to the board to mull over and think about, and if they'd like to give any comments now or perhaps later on, so that we can start planning something on the committee. And I don't know if Jocelyn, trustee, would like to add on to this, or if I'll let her speak if she wants.
Yeah, I think this is some great options here, and I think that we were just presenting this to the board as information so that we could discuss it and make a motion to move forward.
Thank you. Trustee Hodges?
I just have a question. This really goes outside of what professional learning has always been. Not that I'm disagreeing with it, I just wondered the process now of determining how this is going to work with our policy. Are you requesting this to become part of policy, and this is how the professional learning is going to look like now? Are you asking for them to determine the professional learning needs of the boards? Because the board will decide that, obviously. It has to be taken to the board and the board decide. But so I guess I just am wondering with this, because I think it said terms of reference at the top of it, is this your new terms of reference? Are you asking for approval of this terms of reference in changing how the scope of professional learning has always been?
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. We'll go to Trustee Stankiewicz and then Trustee Yagos.
Okay.
The frame of reference is the current frame of reference. We looked over it and accepted it as it was or is. We chose a multitude of opportunities and we were discussing them so that we could provide opportunities to the board.
Trustee Yagos? Thanks, Trustee Stanton.
This frame of reference has been in policy for a period of time, and one of the things you will notice is that to organize professional learning opportunities, I think in the last couple of years, of course, with COVID, we haven't really done anything other than sending out information that you could go to. In the past, the Professional Learning Committee did organize groups, and I think we'd like to go back to the original intent of this, which was to discuss learning needs and set up professional learning opportunities for the board, rather, because I think this is what the committee is about.
Thank you, Trustee Yagos. Yeah, Trustee Gamber.
In the January 31st, 2022 meeting of the whole, we touched on group PD from the Achieve Center for Leadership that was emailed out to everybody as being a suggestion, and I understood it was going to come forward at the board. So I'm looking for an update on the committee's recommendation for that specific topic, or providing a different facilitator for that.
Go ahead, Trustee Yagos.
Of information, I was just wondering, I didn't hear what it was that you had asked for. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
So it was an
I'm sorry. I do want you to go ahead, please.
It was an email that was originally sent out from you to all the board members, and then it was responded to the chair, who then suggested on January 31st that we bring it forward again to all of the board members. It is from the Achieve Center for Leadership. It is a workshop that they have on strategies for polarizing interactions. They have one on April 14th, and I was told it was going to be coming forward to the board. They also have private facilitators that will work with boards on that specific topic. So I'm looking for where you guys are with that.
Thank you. We haven't really done anything, but I think we can, and we could bring it up to the next meeting of the whole or the next board meeting about how we set it up because we got one in March. It's fairly early in March, so we could with the money, with the costs and everything. I do remember that now, and I'm sorry we haven't really looked at that. But yes, we can cost this out and bring it back for board approval.
The date on that is March 12th, is that right? Earlier in March, do you have it there?
This specific
Yeah.
is April 14th from 10 till 1.
Right, okay, perfect. Okay, thanks for that clarity. Trustee Hodges, go ahead.
Thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's great, and hopefully it will help align the board and their professional learning and doing it as a group sometimes. I'm just wondering then, under number 2, is this something that you want to sit down with the board and discuss plan out a year of type PD? Are you looking for more PD to, like, options to? Like I see at the bottom, there's another one, because I know that when we secured our auditors, they also offer free, because it was included in our package, training for the board when it comes to doing budget and auditing and stuff like that. So there's, I mean, definitely other options out there for doing some free PD too.
Go ahead, Trustee Yagos.
Yes, and thank you. I remember discussing that once at one point sometime, and that would be, I totally forgot about that one, but yes, if you'd like to bring up, and yes, I think we would like to sit down with the board and ask and just set out something for the PD, for the Professional Learning Committee to do, and maybe not only for this year, but maybe for the beginning of next year, because sometimes you'll need to have time to organize things. So yes.
Trustee Gimber.
Another suggestion that came out was the personality tests, such as Myers-Briggs, as a PD for the group. I want to make sure that's on your list as well, please.
So I just have a question and clarity for the board as we've looked at this frame of reference and what the Professional Learning Committee is supposed to do. It says organize professional learning opportunities aligning with division priorities or other areas as determined. They identify professional learning opportunities, which is what they send out to us. But then in the power of duties, it says discuss the learning needs of the board, which they do in their meetings, and then research professional learning opportunities to provide information to the board. So they provide the information, but in one, it says that they organize the professional learning. So in my understanding is that all these things that are listed here and from, you know, different things like we've discussed, the personality piece, finding out what type of personalities we are and stuff might be helpful, that they would look into how that looks, and then the Professional Learning Committee would bring a recommendation forward to the board, recommending that we do a book study or recommending that we do the blanket exercise, what that looks like, what costs are involved, and then it would be up to the board for approval. That's my understanding of how it would work. Can anyone give me clarity on if that's the understanding that we have here as well? We'll go to Trustee Toon and then Trustee Yagos.
Yes, I think that sums it up, that my thoughts around seeing this and hearing the discussion, so we don't have to discuss at a future meeting, would be maybe send out a survey listing everything that's listed under number 2 and see which is a priority for each board member, and that way we can say, okay, first we're going to do this item, and then next we'll focus on this, and it kind of roadmaps a strategy to go by, because we all love doing these things. There's a lot of options, but we can only do so much within our budget and limited time, so I think that would help focus things up a little bit.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Yagos?
And yes, that was the whole thing that the Professional Learning Committee would do. We'd ask for your input, and thank you, Trustee Toon, for suggesting the survey. I think that's something that we could put together. And then anything we do, we would research how to get it, where to get it, and everything else. Get the board's approval, because of course the main thing in here is always the cost factor.
Yes, thank you. Yep. Yeah, so I think, you know, having a conversation with the whole board about these, yeah, I think that's why we have the committee, so that we can have that cost savings of like the smaller group discussing it and bringing forward. So we'll accept this as information and look forward to, you know, hearing or seeing a survey or you reaching out in any way possible, and then having a motion coming forward. Trustee Eagles?
Thank you, and that's exactly what we wanted to do, because the professional learning community committee has not been very active in the past few years. I think we need to set up what is going to happen and how we're going to happen, and I think we got a good idea. So thank you everybody for your input.
Thank you so much. We look forward to having some professional learning coming forward for approval and moving forward with that as a board. So we'll move on to F7, which was professional development, which was pulled by Trustee Gimber. So I'll turn it to her.
I have one item that I'm looking for approval for, and it has already happened. It was the Alberta Education Virtual Information Session on Curriculum I attended last week. It was free to attend, but it took an hour and 25 minutes of my time, so I'm looking for approval for that, please.
Does anyone have any questions around that? Trustee
I don't have a question, but I'd like to move that we give approval to Trustee Gimber, but I'd also like to add on to that. I was unable to attend it, and I wanted to, so I would like to have maybe at the next meeting of the whole a brief presentation on it, if she so desires.
I can one better that. They had a transcript going in the chat, and I copied and pasted the whole thing, so I can send it to you, and you can read the questions and answers.
Thank you. Trustee Hodges?
Was this one of the curriculums that the parents and our stakeholders, were invited to attend and ask questions, or were they just receiving information, or how did that?
So this was the initial like overview information center session. All the other ones were subject-based. This one was a general one. It was actually fantastic because it was questions that were being asked and they were actually answered. It was fabulous.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Trustee Yagos?
It's not a question, but I would like to ask permission from the board to attend the.
Just one sec. Let's vote on this one
Oh,
first.
I'm
then,
sorry.
Since you put a motion on the floor. Okay, that's okay. So we have a motion on the floor to approve Trustee Gimber's attendance at the Alberta Ed on curriculum engagement session with communities. All in favor? And that was moved by Trustee Yagos. Thank you. Okay, Trustee Yagos, go ahead.
Tomorrow is the one on the McMillan Ross, and I know this is late, but I'd like to register for it if you don't mind and take it. It's free, by the way.
Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
That was in last month's.
Yeah, everyone was approved to go.
I think, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't
That's
realize
okay.
that.
And you can still register for it up to 24 hours beforehand. They will let you, so if you don't have your link yet. Okay, perfect. Anything else on professional development from anyone else? Not at this time. I wondered if, no, I think that's okay. Okay, thank you. So we will move on to E4 now.
Can I just amend something that was previously adopted, please?
Okay.
It says in the rules I can.
Yeah. Yes.
I just moved to amend the approval of the minutes.
Okay. Yeah, from last week's
yes,
minutes.
Please.
Last meeting's minutes. Okay.
There's an amendment that needs to be made to them.
So before we go on to E4, we approved the consent agenda at the beginning of our meeting today, and Trustee Gimber would like to just go back and make an amendment to the minutes that we approved. So what is the amendment that you would like to?
So during the January 18th, 2022 meeting, agenda item D was skipped and omitted. So I'd just like the record to show it was not brought forward during the meeting, please.
So just for clarity, that was the declaring conflict of interest. And in our last meeting, I did not ask if anyone had a conflict of interest. And so we're just going to reflect that in the minutes. Although we have approved them, they can still be amended. So anyone have any concerns about that? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Trustee Gimber, for that. Okay, so we've lost Jeff. Is he close?
I'm not sure. He had to slip out, but
that's okay.
Did you want to break for lunch or go on camera?
Why don't we go in camera for lunch? Okay, let's have lunch. We're gonna just take 20 minutes for lunch. Sorry, just one sec. Do you guys want to go in camera for lunch or have a 20-minute lunch break and then go in camera? Who wants to have lunch? This is not an official vote. Who wants to have lunch not in camera? Okay, so I need a motion to go in camera at 12:21. Can we make a motion to go in camera at 12:31 after our 10-minute break? Perfect. Okay, that's made by Trustee Stankiewicz. Nice try, Trustee Toon. And so we will get lunch, have a health break, and meet in the other room at 12:31 for in-camera session, and we'll try and track down Jeff. Thanks.
Greg, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys very much. We had a motion to come out of camera made by Trustee Yagos, and that was made at 1:57. That's okay. And I'm also accidentally phoning Trustee Long. Okay, perfect. So we are going to go back to action item E4 now. We've had all of our presentations, and so I'm just going to read it one more time, and then we can have some discussion around it. We'll also have a little bit more information from Mr. Perry, and then we will have some discussion around it. So background is, in preparation for the upcoming FACES summer program, administrative staff have put together a proposal on the addition of a cost-efficient facility that will support all LRSD place-based programs now and in the future. Mr. Jeff Perry, Associate Superintendent, Business Services, will share and go through the details of the proposal with the Board of Trustees. So we've had some of that, and he'll give us a little more information. And then the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the Crow's Nest Pass facility proposal as presented. Can I get someone who would like to make that motion? Trustee Yagos. And I will just turn it over to Mr. Perry to share a little more information with us, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick review of what we've covered and where we're at this point in time. We've talked a little bit about the history. We've talked about the FACES program, and it was really nice to have the FACES program as part of this particular board as well, so that especially trustees that haven't been on the board for a significant amount of time could see the value in the program. Much of what this proposal that's coming before you is based on meeting with the FACES individuals, the FACES corporation, and identifying what needs they have to provide that particular program. That particular program has been with the jurisdiction. We've partnered with the FACES corporation for over 20 years now. And so to have them come and present that was, I think, very valuable as part of this presentation as well. So we also had a presentation from our Ferrari Westwood Babbitt Architects, so FWBA, who presented a concept as far as what the facility might look like. He also spoke to some of the accommodations we've made in looking toward this facility, which were based around a cost-effective measure and to be within a particular budget that we'll propose at this point in time as well. He spoke about the process for tendering the project and ensuring that it's a accessible or equitable process to allow for those in the area to be able to submit a proposal. He spoke of the process in which is a construction management process versus a design bid build, which we know will not allow us to complete the project within the time frame that we're looking at. And so those are all aspects as to the proposal that we're looking at today. So the following proposal, based on the components that have already been provided, is to add a cost-effective facility in the Crow's Nest Pass site that will support the 2022 FACES summer program and other outdoor pursuits programs starting in the fall of 2022. I won't go through the key components of that facility. We've talked about those in the past. But one of the priorities is having the facility in place to be able to accommodate the 2022 FACES program. Where will the funding come from? That's the next question that I have on my list of proposal. The majority of the funding will come from the disposal of the property that the division owns in the community of Fort Macleod. And so we currently have land that is located in the community of Fort Macleod, and we'll go through a tendering process to dispose of that property, and that property will be half of the budget over half of the budget for this project. Additional funding will come from not current revenue that we have in the jurisdiction, but from dollars that have been deferred from prior years in certain areas. And these areas are areas that this project or this site will support significantly in the programming that will be ongoing. Part of that is deferred revenue that from the FNMI funds that are required to be utilized in the current year. So accessing those funds to be able to provide this project. In addition, we have some international program surplus funds that have been above and beyond the costs of the program. We anticipate that this site will also provide a significant benefit to the international program as we go forward, and we've heard from individuals in this meeting with regards to what those potential programs are. And also, there's funding that we can access through the deferred summer school funding from the previous year, depending on what that looks like. those are the sources. The budget that we anticipate this project at is $200,000. And it's important to note that we feel that the presentation as provided by Ferrari Westwood Babcock Architects will meet the needs of the program. We've had consultation with Indigenous elders who have provided input into how it can support the Indigenous program. When we've had consultation with the FACES people, in particular Rick, who presented to you today, and how it can support their programs. And they are happy with the concept that's been presented to this point in time. $200,000 is not a significant amount of funding for a facility that can meet the needs of a program that's as valuable as the FACES program going forward, and the Pursuits programming that we will be doing from September through June. But we're excited about the potential of this. I just have some other things. I know there's other questions out there, and I have a hint of them, so I'm just going to make one or two additional comments on those. A trustee brought forward a discussion about operational costs, and so this facility has been created with that in mind, in that there would be minimal operating costs. There would be some minor maintenance year over year. It would have electrical, but there is no mechanical system in this facility, and so there's less operational costs other than the minor wear and tear year over year, and it's built in such a way that shouldn't be a significant expense going forward. We did talk about the potential of even improving the operational side of things by adding solar power at some point down the future, if that is available to us. The project has been designed such that we would be able to add those things. In addition, the future of this site, and we've spoken of this in the past, is in regards to having 3 potential facilities out on this site, and one that would be significantly larger and have the ability to accommodate all the needs of any potential programming that we would have out there throughout the year. That part of the potential project has yet to be worked on. We talked about the potential of having corporate sponsors and fundraising and donations and partnerships to bring in other resources to make this a self-sustaining program. And we anticipate in working on what that might look like in the near future, to be able to take those types of things to potential partnerships and sponsors as well. So I think that's everything that I have at this point. So at this point, Madam Chair, I'll open it up for additional questions, as I know there might be a few out there.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We all appreciate that additional information and the prep that we've done going out to the site and seeing these proposals beforehand. So we will open it to some questions now. We'll start with Trustee Hodges, Trustee Gimber, then Trustee Toon.
Thank you. When I look at our core values with Livingstone Range, like we're student-centered, leadership, integrity, wellness, and place-based. When I think about this project and what FACES just presented to us, you know, part of their programming is building personal value and personal integrity. And so I think about that. I know we're building a building right now for FACES, but it goes beyond that. This is something that I think would support our core values in Livingstone Range School Division moving into the future. I know we have a tight timeline here, but I do believe that this will only benefit Livingstone Range moving forward. So it's not really a question, but I do believe in supporting Livingstone Range and moving these kind of leaderships and core values forward.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. We're going to go to Trustee Gimber next, and then we have Trustee Toon, and then I just want to acknowledge that I see you, Trustee Long, as well.
So my first question, there's been significant importance placed on having the structure in place in time for FACES. If you could share for me the overall vision of the site in regards to programming for all LRSD students, including those that are located a significant distance from the site, please.
That's a good question. I may need some help from other senior management, but I can speak to the facility side, and then maybe Chad can speak to the programming side around that. In our dialogue with the various individuals in regards to senior management, pursuits administrator, FACES individuals, it speaks to being able to accommodate a numerous amount of programming specifically on that site. And I'm sure Chad can speak to the offsite as well. But the division only has so many resources that it has available to it to be able to put towards this. Any additional facility beyond what we're proposing today would be something that would be funded by external sources, and again, need to be self-sustaining. I forgot to mention that with the FACES program, we've had to make adjustments, and this has been mentioned already, had to make adjustments with regards to how we could accommodate with a reduction in funding. But we've done calculations, even so, to recognize that with the FACES program as it is, if we can get through the first 3 years, recognizing that 2020 we didn't have students attending and the funding is based on a 3-year average. This program is self-sustaining, has the ability to pay for itself operationally and maintenance and so forth. But the vision is to have 3 facilities, even after this facility and the additional facility that we would have on there that will accommodate all the programming that Chad will speak to. We will still utilize the current facility that we are proposing at this time for the FACES program, as well as other programs that will go on. So maybe I'll let Chad speak to the other part.
So they're literally planning it upstairs right now, Carla. So, sorry, Trustee Gimber, I apologize. So yeah, we're working on that piece right now to ensure this is for all students and for all students across the division. We do know that FACES, we have students from the North Corridor that absolutely participate in FACES. We have students in all of our division that will be participating in the place-based program. We'd be able to offer them when the students are able to get there with their schools. The Environmental Education Center, which will be a part of it, there'll be dedicated time for every school, approximately at least 2 visits per school to be able to access that site. Again, Nanton will be the one, it's difficult to get there. They're going potentially having to stay overnight. So programming based on potentially camping is what we're thinking about right there on the site, but future developments may have a way for students to stay overnight if they have to come from long distances. But as of right now, we're looking at that, trying to solve that. The international language program they'll be running out there that we've heard before too. I mean, that's not necessarily for schools, but there's benefits they'll receive from that. And then the pre-employment that will be there, and we heard some of that today with the Pursuits program. They're available to all students across the division if they choose to come, and we heard that we had students from Nanton come as well too, to get some of that certification based on the place that's there. So the programming right now is being developed to make sure that we're ready to go in the spring, but we'll be piloting a lot of stuff, ready to go in September. We're piloting a lot of things right now so we can see what it looks like in the spring. So. Yeah, this is something that we are working towards and a challenge we're trying to solve, for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzak. And we'll just have Mr. Feller add a little bit about the FNMI and land-based learning piece as well.
Sure, yeah, sorry. We're super excited to have a space where we can accommodate our land-based programming for our Indigenous students, as well as modeling that type of programming for other students in our jurisdiction. It's in partnership with ACTUA as well as the University of Lethbridge, in bringing STEM alive in reality in place-based education for Indigenous students as well as non-Indigenous students. The other piece that I think is of benefit for all students too is the Livingstone leaders being able to access that area and that space in order to develop many of the different program facets that will be pulled back into their schools to make their schools a better place.
Go ahead.
This might take a while. No, the last thing that I didn't mention before is the staffing that goes on there. They're going to be at every school as well too. They'll be working with them because place-based isn't just the Crowsnest Pass. It's whatever it's in their communities, and so each of the staff members will be in schools trying to take the pedagogies we learned there, but also apply them where they're at and where their school's located. So that's an important part of the program too.
Thank you all very much. Did you have another question?
I'll let other people go.
Okay, we'll circle back. Okay, so we'll go to Trustee Long. Just kidding. I meant Trustee Toon. I was looking right at him. But you know what? Let's let Trustee Long go because he's unmuted.
You want me to go?
Yes, please.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my comment was about the using the FMNI and international students funding for the infrastructure, and I see the rationale for that because the plans are and to work with the Indigenous community, and you already have started that. And certainly the plans are to have international students involved in our programming. So I see that's a good idea to use those funds towards that because they'll be benefiting from it.
Thank you, Trustee Long. We will go to Trustee Toon.
Thank you. Excuse me. I have a lot of questions and stuff, but just struggling with process. So I'd like to throw out there an amendment that not to change any wording in the motion, but that this be moved to a first reading. Rationale behind that is first reading gives an opportunity for the board to come together and show our intent, and that this motion shows our beliefs and values, and at the same time provides an opportunity to get additional feedback, information, or anything of that nature. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater on this one. I really like the project, and I really think there's a lot of great things, but I'm not satisfied with the wording in the motion, and I don't feel comfortable wordsmithing it here in this meeting today to come to that consensus. I love Faces, and I love all the amazing work that Pursuits is doing. Just timing and feeling like pressure to make a decision. I know others have expressed that concern as well. At the same time, don't want to inflict any harm to the process-wise of it, making it so that this can't go forward. So it would have to come to another meeting, and we could do second and third reading at that time. So that's kind of the rationale on this. I'm not comfortable just throwing out random wordsmithing on something that really haven't had a time to fully digest, getting some critical information today in the meeting. I was a part of the original presentation. I went and did the site tour with a few trustees, but I feel like there's been some sidebar conversations, even hearing stuff this morning where critical questions are being asked when we should be getting the information all together. The original presentation, I didn't even know about that there wasn't an agenda sent out for that. So that's the rationale on why I think first reading would be appropriate, and I would 100% support this motion going forward in that manner.
Sorry, Trustee Toon, can you explain, just for clarity, if this passes as a first reading, how it moves forward? Just for my clarity, then I know that it would need to have a second and a third reading, but after today being the first reading would be passed, what does that allow administration to do and us to do as far as moving forward? Or do you know where I could look?
Yeah, so
to find that?
in our policy, it talks about policy, how any policies are intended to come to first and second and third reading, and second and third reading can be done in the same meeting. It doesn't have to be, we don't have to wait till March to have this discussion, because I know that was part of the anxiety around this before, that this, if we tabled this, completely tabled this, this would come to a March meeting, and that might be too late for the building to move forward. We could call a special meeting for next week and say we'll do second and third reading. I think that would be amazing for transparency. That would leave an opportunity for this to go out in the papers. Hear discussion, people watch this online. I don't think there's going to be major pushback or concern with this type of great initiative, but just from a transparency sake, I don't think that the public knew we were going to be talking about this here today, and unless they looked on our website and then saw our meeting package, we haven't had a discussion at a public meeting saying this is on our radar, and I know we've been having discussions about it. And another concern is the provincial budget is announced in a week, and who knows what could be announced with that. So that's another reason why I think it would be prudent to know exactly. If we had a meeting on the 25th, let's say, that would give us a chance to know what the provincial budget is and have those implications is on what making a decision would look like.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Toon. So currently, before we have any more discussion around the motion that is on the floor right now, we're going to discuss Trustee Toon. Would that be an amendment, Trustee Toon? Would amend this motion to be a first reading, and then would like to have a special meeting after the new budget is given? That's not part of it.
Sorry, that would be the call of the chair to coordinate second and third reading. We wouldn't be tied to a specific date. It could be a special meeting. It could be whatever the board chair or the board so chooses. So the intent is to pass a special, pass a first reading of the motion today.
But it's not, I just didn't know if it was important that we meet after the announcement of the budget. I see you think that that would be best, but not necessary. Okay, so now for everyone's clarity, we are only talking about whether or not we want to move this to a first reading or to keep it as it currently is. Does anyone have any thoughts or conversation around that? Okay, yeah, Trustee Hodges. Okay, let's go. Trustee Yegus.
I'd like Trustee Hodges first, and then I'll.
Okay, we're very Canadian today. Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
I just have spoken a lot, so I thought I'd let. I'm just confused a little bit about it. So I'm just seeking a little bit of clarity. I just wondering what kind of information is more needed that can't be asked for right now, or questions that can't be asked right now. And so I just am wondering what's the difference of asking the questions here now than moving it to a second reading and asking more questions then? I just am seeking clarity on that.
Okay, I'm gonna let, did you want to respond to that, or the rationale of gathering more information later rather than asking questions here and now? Thank you.
I don't think that it's about being able to ask questions now or ask questions later. I think that this process provides greater transparency, greater accountability from a governance side of things. We can approve anything. We could come here this morning and just say, look, this is not even on the agenda, and get the presentation, get all the same information and approve that. I think the best process is to make this as public as possible and let the public know that we're making this decision. And that way, if there are any concerns or are any additional questions stakeholders have, right now we don't know because we've never had the opportunity to have this be out there. Even a week would not jeopardize in my opinion, jeopardize the program going forward and getting this built in time to be used. But it would allow it to be in the newspaper and allow stakeholders to come forward and have that be a generative, transparent process.
Okay, so do you have a follow-up question to that?
I just had it's okay with Trustee Yegus, I just had a follow-up. So just listening to you, and okay, I understand that a little bit better, but then are you asking for us to send out something to stakeholders, or are we asking for it to be sent out to stakeholders and providing feedback? Because then definitely that's, I guess I wonder, because you said stakeholders, so I just wanted some clarity around that, sorry.
Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
I'm not asking for any surveys, any thought exchange, I don't think, as Mr. Perry said, the dollar amount, when you look at in relative to our budget and our programming, isn't a large amount. That isn't the intent of this. It is to provide a transparent process that we're making this decision. If there is anybody that wants to give input on it, it's up to them to come forward and do that. We don't put out there for every decision we're making at a regular meeting, but I don't think that making something that of this nature all in one meeting when it hasn't been on the set agenda. It's not something we do like a budgeting item. We know we're going to do that. Calendar approval, we know we're going to do that. So I'm just personally feeling rushed to make the decision because I haven't had a chance until today as a whole board to sit and discuss this as a whole board. So to me, that's a big thing.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Yagos?
I'd like Trustee Long to say what he has to say, because I moved this and I want to do it.
Okay. Trustee Long?
He is very Canadian. I understand the comments about the public and the transparency and giving the public's time for input and time for us to put information out. But the budget part of it, I'm not sure how that's relevant because we're using funds that are existing and that are currently in property. So the provincial budget isn't going to have, unless I'm wrong, anything to do with it because the finances are there now and don't have anything to do with our budget or financing in the future. So perhaps there's a response to that. Like I say, it's that's just the question I have.
Thanks, Trustee Long. We'll go to Trustee Gimber.
This is a question for Mr. Perry then. Is there something that could come out in the budget that we would need to allocate the funds that we are talking about today to that instead if we didn't get the funding in the budget? Catch my drift?
Yeah, I think that goes back to what Trustee Long, and unless I'm misunderstanding the question, the budget on the 24th of February, we're not anticipating using funds from that budget to within this project. We're using funds that are currently in land and that have been deferred in the two areas that we talked about. Does that answer your question, or did you have a different take on that?
Is there something that we have on the horizon that we are planning on using budget funds for that we won't be able to do if the budget came through negatively for us?
So what she's saying is, if we decide to spend this $200 or $200,000, and then is there a potential that when the budget comes out on the 24th, we'll be like, oh no, we need that for busing now or something like a negative impact?
Yeah, without knowing what the budget's going to be, it's hard for me to make a statement on whether spending $200,000 from this area. I know the land can't be used for operational, so the sale of land would have to be used for a capital nature item, which is what this is. The other funds, the FNMI funds, we know that we have to expend them by the end of this year, or else there's funding that would go back to the provincial government. And so things have changed throughout the year where some of those funds were not able to be utilized. And so we're looking at ways as to how we could utilize those now to accommodate some of the needs we have right now that would benefit students into the future. But other than that I don't know that I could comment in addition to that.
Thank you. Trustee Yagos?
Thank you. I guess in listening to all of that has been presented, with even including the presentations this morning or today, it seems to me that, first of all, we need to start building this soon in order to get this done for FACES. Secondly, as just pointed out, we have the funds available. We can't look in the future and see what I mean, there's always going to be something coming up, but the funds are available, and we need, because this does support our core values, and this facility will meet our current and future needs. There are minimal operational costs, and the programming is already ongoing on this, from what I heard. I mean, I do not see any reason for us to put it into a first reading in that. I can look at the transparency one, but I think there has been a lot of information given that we can make a decision. This is a fairly broad statement. We approve this and to go through it. Oh, if I don't know what people are going to be saying in the future, or what they could say, that because this is needed. So I really don't want to look at a first reading. I think that we should be passing this as it is.
Thank you. Trustee Stankiewicz?
I had a question for Mr. Perry. Is the Fort McLeod property or the land sold?
No, the property in Fort McLeod is not sold at this point. We will be going through a tendering process to dispose of that land according to the regulations.
Thank you.
As part of this proposal, right?
Is there any other questions or comments before I call the question about moving from the original motion to the new motion would be that the Board of Trustees approve the first reading of the Crow's Nest Pass facility proposal as presented? Is there any other conversation about why it should or should not be moved to a first reading or kept as it is? Okay. Trustee Toon?
If there isn't anyone else, I can close on the amendment, if that's okay.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Greg, will you physically raise your hand if you have something? No? Okay. So yeah, we'll go ahead and let Trustee Toon close on the amendment, and then we'll call the question. And just so everyone's aware, the question is, are we switching from voting on it today or changing it to a first reading?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hearing a lot of the discussion, I think that there's a lot of support for this initiative moving forward, and I totally agree with that. I'm not comfortable with how broad the motion is, and that everyone's not fully understanding. When you hear the questions that are being asked, as a trustee coming to the meeting and not fully grasping what the plan is and what's coming forward, I think we're going to get questions from stakeholders, and having that ability to come back and ask more questions, I think is really key. I don't think that we should be rushed into this, and I'm personally feeling that, and I think for us to do our due diligence and allow the opportunity to come back and have another answer at this, if this was tabled, then that doesn't show the intent that we as a board support this going forward. So I think this appeases both sides of things and allows us to act in good governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. So I'm just gonna read this one more time and just give a pause for everyone to consider. Okay, so if you vote in favor, then you're voting that the Board of Trustees approve the first reading of the Crow's Nest Pass facility proposal as presented. And then we will have we will have a second and third reading in the next board meeting or sometime in between. If you vote against it, then you are saying that you want to go back and continue the discussion and vote on that the Board of Trustees approve of the Crow's Nest Pass facility proposal as presented. And then we would continue that conversation. So I'll just give everyone a minute to make sure you know where you're at. Yes. Trustee Stankiewicz.
So if it was approved as an amendment, what would that look like? Just any,
I'm so sorry. It's my third buzz today. So when I call the question, if you vote in favor, then the Board of Trustees would approve the first reading of the Crow's Nest Pass facility proposal as presented. We could continue any conversation we have, and then we would call the question, do we accept this as a first reading? If you vote against it, then it would be the original one. Does that answer your question?
I guess my question was more for Jeff.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't
Mr.
hear
Perry,
the
yeah,
question.
will you just ask it again?
So if the board approves the first reading of the Crow's Nest Pass facility proposal, what does that look like for timelines?
Well, it really depends on when the next meeting would be, whether it would be a special meeting or whether you're waiting till the March public board meeting. And so the impact is, and it's been shared already, that timeline is likely the rationale as to why this is coming forward at the time that it's coming forward. And so if it's like a week down the road, that's different than next March or whatever, right? I think there's a fine line between what we have to do in the between time to actually have a facility in place before July 1st. And that's just my thoughts around timeline. So I'll leave it at that, I think, does that answer your question?
Does that answer your question so that you feel comfortable voting? You feel like you're, so I'm just going to give everyone, yeah.
So I think everyone understands timeline's important, right? We've discussed that. But what you're voting on at this point in time is the amendment, right? So.
Okay, so yeah, Trustee Gimber.
So does that mean discussion will end today, or can we continue to ask questions today?
In either case, discussion can continue. We're just deciding on what will we be voting on this, and that will be said and done after today, or will this just be the first reading? Either way, this isn't your final vote. We will then again have more discussion before we vote on which of these. Trustee Toon.
Thank you. Yeah, and just to take on the comments from the chair, the motion can be amended further at the next meeting, so it doesn't mean we have to pass this exact same motion. If there was some other decision that was made or administration came back and said, well, you should add these words in here, we'd have that opportunity. So it doesn't stop the discussion, it doesn't stop debate, we can continue to ask questions.
Okay, Trustee Yagos.
This is a point of information on this. I don't understand at this point. Are you talking about if we approve the motion as it reads now, the amended motion, we can have further discussion? But if we approve the original or defeat this one and approve the original, can we still have more discussion on it?
If we defeat the amendment, then we go back to having discussion on the original recommendation, the original motion. So currently we're just voting on which two of these options we like best, and then whatever the majority is, then we will continue the discussion and information gathering based on what information we need to move forward with either the amended motion or the original motion, okay? So I'm just gonna pause and let everyone just sink that in for a minute and get into your mind if you'd like to vote in favor of the amendment, which means we keep the amendment and this will be a first reading, or vote against the amendment, which means we go back to the original one, okay? Okay. So I'm calling the question now. Are you in favor of that the Board of Trustees approve the first reading of the Crow's Nest Pass facility proposal as presented? All in favor? That is passed. Okay.
And that was the amendment.
Yeah, so that's the amendment. So now we are going to continue the discussion around the Crow's Nest Pass facility proposal. We're getting to a place where we feel we can approve this as its first reading, knowing that we will be having a meeting coming up where we can submit questions beforehand, get together and have all those questions answered, and then be able to have a second and third reading. So the information that we're gathering now is whatever information you need to feel comfortable passing this as a first reading. Okay? Trustee Yagos and then Trustee Toon.
Okay, I guess my question at this point is that can we, and I know it's up to the chair to do this, but is there any way that we could give a time that we could have the meeting to approve this?
Yeah. Yes. I'll let Trustee Toon speak and I'll look at the calendar.
I don't know if we can break after this motion passes and allow that to be a separate motion. This is the motion now, so regardless, this has to be passed or defeated. So that would allow the chair to discuss with admin what timelines would they feel would be appropriate. I get the desire to want to have that finality decided here today.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Toon. I don't think that as chair I can commit to something right now, but I agree that time is of the essence and that this will need to happen sooner rather than later. I think we all feel that way, and I think the reason that the amendment was placed forward was not to slow down or hinder, but to make sure that everyone is comfortable and feels like they have all the information, and I think we want to do that as soon as possible. So that will definitely be the driving factor behind getting this next meeting put together here. Is there any other information, questions that need to be answered for trustees to feel comfortable voting on the motion? Trustee Toon.
Thank you. This is for Mr. Perry. Just wondering about the discussion that took place about portables or temporary structures and what that looked like.
So ultimately, if the board chooses not to go forward with the addition of a facility in the Crow's Nest Pass, the other option would be to bring temporary infrastructure to the site to be able to accommodate the needs of the FACES program. That discussion hasn't been dove into significantly, but it would involve potentially portables, modulars for facilities, tents, those types of things. Most portables, modulars will not accommodate the needs of the program as it would under a roof of some nature. But tents potentially could. The only concern we have is the weather elements and whether that supports that or not. But if that's the way it goes, then we would look into that more.
Go ahead, follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just when we did the site tour the other day and how it was just a normal wind, looking at the viability of that, I get what you're saying. You would look in if this wasn't approved, but just for even the discussion beforehand, I appreciate your comments because just seeing the site, it didn't look like a temporary structure that would work normally for other things would be appropriate for this type of need. And that's just my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Hodges?
This just kind of had to go along with Trustee's Toon question because I just wondered also about the availability of modulars too. And I don't even, or even if we could have one, and do we have to have approval for a modular because it's still considered an educational building?
No, that would be within the program costs. Bringing temporary infrastructure in would be something that administration would be required to facilitate and would be taken into consideration in the costs associated with providing that program.
Okay, thank you. Trustee.
Can I just, sorry.
No, just
don't know about the availability, but that's something we would have to check into. Sorry, Trustee Hodges.
So just so everyone knows, we will have the opportunity to send in all these kind of questions so that we know when we get together next, this is the information that we are looking for. Not that I'm saying, please stop asking questions, please continue the questions, but keep in mind with your questions today is getting to a place where you feel comfortable getting this as a first reading. And then the questions that we do have and need answers to before we feel comfortable taking this to the third reading, we can submit them so that we can get full and comprehensive answers. But I understand there are still questions on what we need today. So I thought maybe Greg's hand was up. I'm not sure. So put it up again if you need to. And I'm first going to go to Trustee Gimber.
Thank you. I am looking maybe for Mr. Feller to explain in more detail the Indigenous consultation that was done on the site, including with regards to permanent structures such as teepees, their advice on where this building should be placed, not just the internal that was explained in the presentation, but the overall site, please.
When we met with Elder Betty Betty Ann Littlewolf and Joe Eagle Tailfeathers, they took a look at the space from the lens of the Niitsitapi and their connection to the Indigenous group that was there, the Northern Kootenai, and then how that has transpired through the travel as well as the relationship. And so as they were discussing that relationship, they were talking about how does that apply to all Indigenous groups, including First Nation, Métis, and Inuit in that space. The orientation of the space was open to the east, and so Joe Eagle Tail Feathers thought that was a great idea. They loved the idea of it being open to the environment and how that can bring learning inside in a place like that. They talked about internal gathering space around that fireplace and how it can be aesthetically set up so that it can mimic the interior of a teepee. They discussed the different types of artifacts that could be used to teach and get the connection between the artifact and the space, and as well as the foundational knowledge. So things like the Wolf Trail being the Milky Way and where the Niitsitapi came from. They talked a lot about how that connection to the land is there, but it's also in all of the other spaces within our other communities. They talked about the teepees as a couple of places where we could do, students could sleep. So that would be space for accommodation. But they did view that space as something that was awesome, they said. So, yeah. Is there a specific question you have?
No, I just wanted to ensure that well, I guess I was just looking for comments regarding the whole property, not just the building itself, like we saw in the presentation.
Yeah, they did talk a little bit about the petroglyphs that are there and the historical context of the area, but they didn't go into any specific teaching or any of that kind of thing.
Thank you. Did you have another question, Trustee Gimber? Not at this time. Okay. I didn't see Trustee Long's hand go back up, so I'll just ask if there's any further questions at this time. Again, we're looking for anything you need clarity on in order to vote on the new motion. Let's give everyone a minute. Yep, Trustee Stanglitz.
Is the Fort McLeod, or is the property sold that we're using?
No, the property in Fort McLeod is not sold.
And so you don't need us to tell you to sell that, right?
Not at this point, no.
Okay.
It becomes part of the proposal. The resources for part of this proposal is that we would sell that property. If this proposal doesn't go forward, then there's no need to sell the property at this time. So when you approve or not approve, if you were to approve, it would be part of the proposal moving forward that we would move forward with selling that land.
Thank you. Yep, Trustee Gimber.
So our trustee work list indicates the capital plan, facility plan approval scheduled for March. Is this part of that approval in there?
No, typically the capital plan takes into consideration our priorities as far as capital buildings, so schools in particular, and we identify what our top priorities are. And so JT Foster is the #1 priority, Livingstone School is the #2 priority, and so forth. And so smaller items of this nature typically don't make it onto that capital plan. They come to before the board, such as what we're doing right now. And yeah, that will be something that will come forward.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no more discussion around this. Trustee Yagos? Okay. So the motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees approve the first reading of the Crow's Nest Pass facility proposal as presented. I will call the question. All in favor? Okay, that is passed. We will, okay, go ahead, Trustee Yagos.
I was going to make a motion that we set the date for the meeting so that giving time for the public, given that most of the newspapers and everything out, and this is live broadcast, will come out early next week. I think by Wednesday, most of them are out. So I would like to propose that we set the meeting perhaps next Thursday or Friday, and that we also have it virtual.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor from Trustee Yagos that the Board of Trustees approve a virtual meeting on February 24th or 25th to have a second and third reading of motion E4 or of the Crow's Nest Pass facility proposal.
I do know on the 24th and 25th, it's Teachers' Convention throughout this, it's on a holiday, so, I think everybody should be available at that time. I'm talking about availability. Maybe we could, for the ones who are working, maybe we could set a time that they could take part in this.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Yagos. As far as administration goes, how do you guys feel about next week? Family Day is the 21st. There's no school next week, but I feel it's important that we make sure that everyone has Family Day with their families. So I would say the 22nd to 25th. Knowing that earlier in the week is generally better, is there a time?
Well, I think Trustee Yagos mentioned that the newspapers would not be out until the Wednesday. And so if that was the part of the intent was to get the message out through the media, then the meeting wouldn't happen until later in the week. I do know that some of the senior admin were planning to be on holidays next week, as we don't have students in the school. So I can't say for sure. I mean, I can be there, but I'm not sure how many others would.
So just at this time, there is no motion to put this in the papers, right? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it was just so that it would be carried in the newspapers, because I know Frank does a great job of getting it out there to all the things. And I'm I'm available the 25th, or even if admin, you made it that Monday, the 28th, so that nobody's, because it won't make a difference logistics wise, that might be better, so you're not asking people to come in case they might have to answer a question.
Is that quick enough? So, okay, so just for everyone's information, this does not need to be put into the papers. It's just so that it can be reported on in the papers if they so choose to do so. So that is not a part of any of the motions. Go ahead, Trustee.
I was going to agree with, I was looking at that the 28th is, and I do know that everybody should be available on the 28th. So yeah, I totally forgot about that part of it.
Okay, so I'll just give everyone a minute to just look at the 28th. Unless we're going to try and do it later in the week this week. It will be a special meeting, which means it, yeah. Administration, how does the 28th look for you guys?
Sorry, I was looking at the calendar. I missed that part that about the facility here. Are we having it online or are we having it in person?
Unless it's amended, it's stated to be a virtual meeting, and Nikki was just asking about live streaming it. And then I was just asking the 28th. How does that look for you guys?
I think we could make it work in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trustee Hodges?
Can I say a point of clarification here? Part of the first proposal was to allow for our stakeholders to see what's happening and to become transparent. And then now we're going to set up a virtual meeting that's going to be recorded. I don't see the two working together. I'm not understanding how everything's flowing here. So I just need a clarification.
Okay. The virtual meeting would be live streamed. I don't think Nikki can do that. Okay. That's what she said. Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Yeah, at this point, the live streaming isn't the critical point. We passed the motion, and we need to make sure we're getting the meeting in a quick way, as well as allowing it a chance to get out into the newspaper. So I would, support the 28th as being the date, and then we can look at our times after the meeting and put the time out there as well.
Okay. Do you guys feel it would be appropriate to go in camera to discuss a meeting time, date, and place, or do you? Go ahead, Trustee Yagos. There is a motion on the floor.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't know if we need to go in camera for this, because I think everybody should be available, and according to administration, they're available in the morning. Is everybody available? Oh.
No, not everyone is available on that date. Yeah. Okay, so can we leave it at the 28th and then we will figure out the time? Is everyone comfortable with that? So I'll call the question if everyone's comfortable with that the Board of Trustees approve a virtual meeting on February 28th, 2022 to have a second and third reading of the Crow's Nest Pass facility proposal, and there is no time specified in that motion. So that's the motion. Is there any more conversation or questions around it before we call the question? Okay, then I will call the question. All in favor that the Board of Trustees, okay, we'll just go, approve the virtual meeting for the 28th. Okay, did you vote? Okay. Sorry, by the time I looked over, you were. Okay, perfect. Both passed. Great. Okay, thank you guys. So now we are going to move on to our 3 key messages. Maybe this should be one of them if we want to spread awareness.
Are you looking for 3 key messages?
Well, now I'm looking for 2 more.
Okay, and this one is going, okay. And the other thing, I'd like the 2 presentations, which I think are very important, okay, and we can put those together.
Presentations. Any other ones on key messages? Okay, we have approval of the school calendar.
Is that if everybody wants?
Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
We can make it two slash enrollment numbers.
Enrollment
Those, that way everything's on there.
Goes together.
The key message is our meeting. So we're going to go with calendar approval and projected enrollment. Thank you. Okay. At this time, we do not need to go in camera again. So we will skip H. Yep, we'll go to our adjournment. Sorry, you guys. The recommendation that the Board of Trustees vote in favor of the meeting being adjourned at 3:07, moved by Trustee Toon. All in favor? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, thanks, guys.